Chapter 457. I can't hold on any longer. There's so many terrifying poisonous insects. It's killing me. Woo woo. Lan Jiaoya screamed in horror as she ran. Her movement and voice alerted even more poisonous insects in the poisonous insect valley. Behind her, there were tens of thousands of poisonous insects surging like a tide, chasing after Lan Jiaoya. At a glance, it was like a black tide. It was unimaginable how miserable it would be if one was caught in it. They would definitely be devoured by these poisonous insects until not even dregs were left. On the other hand, Xiao Yang's situation was much better. After entering the poisonous insect valley and sensing the various toxins, he was very satisfied and excited. He could finally absorb enough toxins in one go to raise his cultivation. There were also various poisonous insects wriggling around him. Even further away, there were powerful poisonous insects comparable to 5th or 6th level martial ancestor realm. However, Xiao Yang was not afraid at all. Instead, he was very calm and composed. Not long after he stood still, the poisonous insects sensed Xiao Yang's aura and quickly attacked Xiao Yang. They wanted to eat Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled. He did not put these restless poisonous insects in his eyes. He immediately summoned the flamingo and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. With these two around, the surrounding poisonous insects that were eager to attack instantly quieted down and even slowly retreated. Among the poisonous insects, they were also divided into bloodline ranks. The more noble the bloodline, the higher the rank. The lower rank poisonous insects could only obey. Other than the bloodline rank, the strength of the poisonous insect was judged. The weak could only obey the strong without exception. Xiao Yang relied on the flamingo and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and immediately cleared a safe area. Then he released his divine sense and extended it to 10,000 feet away, searching for Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoya. In this complicated and dangerous poisonous insect valley, the two of them definitely did not have the ability to protect themselves. Xiao Yang was worried about them. Soon he found the two of them. They were both 10,000 feet away. It seemed that their situation was not good as they were being chased by many powerful poisonous insects. Xiao Yang didn't dare to be careless. He immediately cast the greater teleportation spell and teleported the two women who were being chased from tens of thousands of feet away. Help! They abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Yang and instinctively shouted for help as they were used to. When they saw Xiao Yang, they immediately became excited and their faces revealed joy. Then, their expressions changed into grievances and sobs. They threw themselves at Xiao Yang and cried on Xiao Yang's shoulder. Woo woo, it's so scary, big brother Xiao Yang. Cousin, if you're any slower, you won't be able to see your obedient cousin anymore. The two women wept as they complained to Xiao Yang. The feeling of being alive after death was really great. They knew that Xiao Yang would not abandon them and would definitely save them. Under Xiao Yang's comfort, they cried for a while before gradually calming down and stabilizing their emotions. Although they still sniffled from time to time and shook their shoulders, their situation was much better than before. Oh, right, cousin. Weren't I being chased by poisonous insects just now? How did I end up here in the next moment? Lan Jiaoya asked curiously. Her delicate face was full of confusion. Gu Qianqian also looked at Xiao Yang curiously. Her situation was similar to Lan Jiaoya's. They were both teleported here in an instant. This situation was really too strange. Xiao Yang smiled and explained, "It's nothing. I've cultivated the teleportation technique passed down to me by the sect leader. I've already reached the second volume. As long as it's within 100,000 feet, I can teleport anything. When I reach the third volume, I'll be able to teleport 3 mountains and 5 peaks, 5 lakes and 4 seas." Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. The sect leader is so good to you. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian exclaimed. Looking left and right, they saw Fiery Bird. They had all ridden Fiery Bird before and could not help but greet Fiery Bird. "Bird, long time no see. How are you?" The flamingo cooed a few times and rubbed its head against them to express its friendliness and goodwill, causing the two women to laugh again and again. They liked the flamingo even more. Xiao Yang didn't forget his purpose in coming here. He needed to cultivate and break through his current realm. He told the two women, "You two wait for me here for the time being. Flamingo will accompany you, so don't be afraid. If you're in danger, I'll be the first to notice and teleport you away. I'm going to break through now. Wait until I break through. I'll come back to find you." Although Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan were a little worried, they still let him go and encouraged Xiaoyang with a few words. After Xiaoyang left the safe area controlled by Flamingo, the nearby poisonous insects immediately sensed his presence. They began to stir and prepared to attack again. However, Xiaoyang was still fearless. He brought out the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. Of course, he didn't expect the bloodthirsty ice silkworm to help him resist these poisonous insects. He could use these poisonous insects to extract the poison. After finding a place with more poisonous insects, Xiaoyang sat down cross-legged and let the bloodthirsty ice silkworm rest on his shoulder. He slowly circulated the heaven-devouring poison skill and constantly refined the poisonous gas around him. However, the poisonous gas was still not enough. Therefore, he stretched out his hand and let the poisonous insects crawling overbite him. After being bitten, the poisonous insects would release a highly toxic poison that would spread throughout Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang would take this opportunity to cultivate. At first, Xiaoyang only chose the second-level martial ancestor realm poisonous insects. However, after trying a few times, he felt that the toxicity wasn't enough. He chose the third-level martial ancestor realm poisonous insects, and even the fourth-level martial ancestor realm poisonous insects. The higher the level of the poisonous insect, the more intense the poison would be. Xiaoyang needed these toxins. He slowly extracted and refined them, fusing them into his own body. His cultivation base was also constantly condensing. Bloodthirsty ice silkworm, you should also find a target to extract and refine the poison. You can also take this opportunity to improve. Xiaoyang instructed. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm immediately became excited. Its small eyes seemed to emit light. Without hesitation, it flew out and left Xiaoyang's shoulder. It was heading towards the location of a fifth-level martial ancestor realm poisonous insect. After the bloodthirsty ice silkworm approached the poisonous insect, it immediately leaned over and took a bite of the poisonous insect. Then it frantically extracted and refined the poison in the poisonous insect's body. When Xiaoyang noticed this scene, he was shocked and stunned. He thought in his heart, "This bloodthirsty ice silkworm is too bold. It dares to go up?" Chapter 458. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. The fifth-level martial ancestor realm poisonous insect did not move much and seemed to enjoy the bloodthirsty ice silkworm's bite as it let out a comfortable whine. Because the bloodthirsty ice silkworm was connected to Xiaoyang's mind, when the bloodthirsty ice silkworm refined enough poison, it would return it all to Xiaoyang. Just as Xiaoyang received the purified poison, his cultivation level rose uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from the fourth-level martial ancestor realm to the fifth-level martial ancestor realm. He widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm's purified poison was much faster than his and was much thicker. "Damn, I broke through just like that," Xiaoyang shouted excitedly. Then he quickly stabilized his emotions and began to settle his cultivation level. Since he had just broken through, his cultivation level was a little unstable. As long as he continued to control it, he would be able to use it freely. After the bloodthirsty ice silkworm purified the poison of a poisonous insect, it immediately chose the next target and bit and purified them one by one. Furthermore, it was very picky about its food. Any poisonous insect below the fifth-level martial ancestor realm would not enter its eyes and would not pay attention to it. Every poisonous insect that was bitten by it revealed a comfortable expression. Even when the bloodthirsty ice silkworm left, they revealed reluctance and longing, hoping that the bloodthirsty ice silkworm would continue to bite them. Xiao Yang saw this strange phenomenon and was also very puzzled. Xiao Yang did not continue to think because, as the bloodthirsty ice silkworm provided more and more poison, he had no choice but to calm his mind and cultivate. He continuously absorbed and refined the poison and turned it into a part of his cultivation level. After the bloodthirsty ice silkworm had purified nearly 25th level martial ancestor realm poisonous insects, Xiao Yang once again felt the throbbing of a breakthrough in his cultivation level. At this rate, he would have to continue to break through his cultivation level. However, cultivation was about steady progress. If he blindly increased his cultivation level, it would cause his foundation to be unstable and the danger would be great. Thus, he stopped cultivating but did not stop the bloodthirsty ice silkworm from purifying the poison. As long as there was a large amount of poison fed back, he could store it in the poison vein. The poison vein was like a cultivator's dantian and could store a large amount of spirit chi. Bloodthirsty ice silkworm, you can purify as much as you want. I have to go back and see them. After Xiao Yang said this, he quickly went back to where he came from. Previously, in order to help him break through his cultivation, he had left them there. He did not know how they were now, but they should be fine. In any case, Flamingo was protecting them. After returning to his original spot, he saw Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Xiao Yang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. How is it? Did you encounter anything? Yang asked the two girls. The two women opened their eyes, and joy appeared on their faces. Big brother, brother, realm, stage realm. That. Gu Qianqian was very happy. Xiao Yang was a person who valued friendship and knew how to protect the weak. The stronger he was, the more they would be protected. Lan Jiaoye was even more excited. She shook Xiao Yang's hand and proudly said to Gu Qianqian, "This is my cousin. No matter how powerful he is still my cousin." She was declaring her sovereignty over him. Xiao Yang did not want to watch them quarrel. He immediately said, "Since this is a secret territory, there must be opportunities and good fortune. Why don't we walk around and take a look?" He made a suggestion. Since his cultivation level had already broken through, he had achieved his goal. With Spirit Chi's help, there should not be any problems. The reason why the poisonous insect valley was a secret territory was not only because of the poisonous gas, but also because of other factors. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were curious and eager to try. However, when they thought of the disgusting poisonous insects they had encountered, they felt disgusted. No. Cousin, let's go out. Lan Jiaoye pouted and acted coquettishly to Xiao Yang. She didn't want to wander around. Those ugly poisonous bugs were really disgusting. Gu Qianqian was also hesitant and conflicted. Xiao Yang also understood that the poisonous insect valley was specially made for him. It was suitable for his poisonous body. It was not suitable for other cultivators, such as Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian. They had to constantly circulate their cultivation and maintain a vigilant and alert state to prevent the poisonous gas from invading. Xiao Yang blinked and did not insist. He suggested, "Okay, let's go out. Also, we have to find the other 3 people. Otherwise, if they die, the sect will blame me." Okay, let's go," the 2 girls urged. They could not wait to leave this place. To them, this place was purely for fun. As for opportunities and good fortune, they did not care at all. "That's right. Cousin, where's your ice silkworm?" Lan Jiaoye knew that the bloodthirsty ice silkworm was Xiao Yang's pet beast. Moreover, it was quite extraordinary. Previously, she saw the bloodthirsty ice silkworm follow Xiao Yang out. Now, she did not see the bloodthirsty ice silkworm come back. Therefore, she asked. Xiao Yang explained, "It went to purify the poison and evolve. I will contact it and have it come back." After saying that, Xiao Yang closed his eyes and began to contact it through the contract they signed. When he contacted the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, a vigorous wave of poison instantly fed back to Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang's expression changed. His face was full of shock. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and stored the huge amount of poison in his poison vein. However, there was a limit to the amount of poison that could be stored in his body. It could not be stored indefinitely. This made Xiao Yang somewhat troubled. Unless he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, it would be very difficult to digest this boundless wave of poison. At the same time, Xiao Yang was thinking in astonishment. In just half a cup of tea's time, what did the bloodthirsty ice silkworm do? It actually produced so much poison. What Xiao Yang did not know was that after he left, the bloodthirsty ice silkworm seemed to have gone crazy. Its eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. It directly gave up on the 5th-level martial ancestor realm poisonous insects and specifically chose the 6th-level martial ancestor realm poisonous insects to purify the poison. Therefore, whether it was the quantity or the speed of the poison it purified, it was extremely shocking. Moreover, as it purified more and more poison, it also underwent a transformation. From the 3rd-level martial ancestor realm to the 4th-level martial ancestor realm. It then broke through from the 4th-level martial ancestor realm to the 5th-level martial ancestor realm. As its strength increased, the speed at which he purified and the quantity doubled again. Therefore, Xiao Yang was very astonished at the shocking amount of poison fed back to him. In order to prevent too much poison from being difficult to digest in a short period of time, Xiao Yang forcibly moved the bloodthirsty ice silkworm in front of him and let it rest on his shoulder. This made the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, who had not yet had its fill of purification, feel somewhat resentful. However, it did not resist and obediently listened to Xiao Yang's instructions. It obediently rested on Xiao Yang's shoulder. Chapter 459. Xiao Yang quickly absorbed the poison, and his cultivation began to fluctuate again. This much poison was enough for him to advance to the 6th level of martial ancestor realm. However, the problem was that Xiao Yang didn't want to break through too quickly. He frowned and racked his brains. His mind lit up, and he immediately thought of a brilliant idea. He remembered that when he activated his poison vein, he could convert the poison and spiritual energy. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. He chuckled and said, "Jiao Ye, Qian, come. I'll provide you with spiritual energy to help you break through your cultivation. We can't have wasted our trip to the secret realm." Since Xiao Yang had an endless supply of poison, he might as well give it to them. There's such a good thing? Great, we couldn't ask for more. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qian were very excited. Their beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Every minute they stayed here, they would consume more of their cultivation. Spiritual energy was very scarce. They originally didn't expect to obtain any good fortune here. However, with Xiao Yang's help, everything would be different. Xiao Yang reached out and placed one hand on each of their backs. After converting the massive amount of poison in his body into spiritual energy, he began to inject it into their bodies. After Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qian felt the dense spiritual energy, they started to circulate their cultivation techniques and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy that Xiao Yang transferred to them. Following their absorption, their cultivation aura gradually became pure and vigorous. It was terrifying. After a period of time, they cried out and directly broke through their original cultivation realm. They all stepped into the martial ancestor realm. This wasn't surprising. After all, after joining the poison sect's head elder received unimaginable inheritance and cultivation resources. It was natural for them to have their current achievements. Ah, I've stepped into the martial ancestor realm. Wow, damn, this is great. Oh yeah, I'm also a martial ancestor realm expert. Ahaha! Gu Qian and Lan Jai were so excited that they jumped up and down. In their excitement, they didn't care about their reserved image. In any case, they didn't need to pretend in front of Xiao Yang. That's great. Cousin, I love you. Wax. And Lan Jiaoye rewarded him with a kiss. She was exceptionally excited, although Gu Qianshan was more reserved and didn't do anything out of line. She was still very grateful to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes and felt much better. Previously, he had suffered a huge amount of poison in his body, and he almost couldn't withstand it. Now, it was nothing more than a win-win situation. He smiled and congratulated the two girls. Then I'll congratulate you too on entering the martial ancestor realm. When you go back, the great elder will definitely be shocked and proud of you. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan looked at each other and smiled. When they thought of the great elder's surprised expression, they felt satisfied. Let's go. Let's gather everyone and then go out. Xiaoyang got up and left with the two women. Only the bloodthirsty ice silkworm was still somewhat unsatisfied. There were so many poisonous insects here. If he could purify them all, he would definitely step into Wuzun. However, the problem was that Xiaoyang couldn't receive too much poison feedback, unless Xiaoyang also stepped into Wuzun. In other words, Xiaoyang's growth speed affected the bloodthirsty ice silkworm's growth speed. He sent out his divine sense and explained to the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, "Don't worry. Next time, there will be a chance to come in. I'll let you purify as much as you want." After hearing Xiaoyang's guarantee, the bloodthirsty ice silkworm was willing to leave. As long as they could still enter this place, it was fine. This place was simply tailor-made for them. As long as there were poisonous insects and poisonous gas, they wouldn't have to worry about growth and progress. Xiaoyang also had a good impression of this place. In the future, his cultivation would depend on this place. His heart was carefree, as if he had found someone to rely on. Along the way, with Fiery Bird and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm leading the way, they were unimpeded. Xiaoyang spread out his divine sense and also had Fiery Bird help search. He even had the bloodthirsty ice silkworm use its special ability. This special ability was that all the purified poisonous insects were willing to listen to the bloodthirsty ice silkworm's orders. Therefore, it was much faster to find people. Southwest direction. According to the feedback in his mind, Xiaoyang immediately changed his direction and headed southwest. As he got closer, he saw Bu Tianlang, who had lost his arm, fighting with the poisonous insects. Xiaoyang didn't know how long Bu Tianlang had been fighting here, but the battle was very tragic. Countless poisonous insects were killed and injured, and there were hundreds and thousands of them everywhere. The corpses were almost piled up like a mountain, which made people's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Of course, Bu Tianlang's situation was also quite bad. His clothes were not intact, and even his skin had hundreds of cuts. His injuries were serious and bloody. It was a ghastly sight. These were only the superficial injuries. What was worse was that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Now Bu Tianlang was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He could only rely on his last breath to support himself. It was estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. So tragic. My God, Bu Tianlang's arm is broken. After seeing Bu Tianlang's situation, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Xiaoyang kindly reminded them, "You just broke through to the martial ancestor realm. Don't you want to test your skills and power?" Right, why didn't I think of that? This was the first thought of the two girls. They were eager to give it a try. Although they couldn't kill these poisonous insects, at least they could interfere with them and relieve Bu Tianlang's pressure. Without any hesitation, they revolved their cultivation and unleashed their martial skills to launch their attacks. Rumbling sounds were heard, and many weak, poisonous insects were blown away by their attacks. Soon, even more poisonous insects were attracted to the battle. Those high-level poisonous insects left Bu Tianlang and rushed towards Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan to kill them. Xiaoyang was also itching to try it out. He also unleashed his cultivation, displayed his martial skill, and launched an attack. Using these poisonous insects to practice was part of his plan. What's more, he could also relieve Bu Tianlang's pressure at the same time. so why not do it? Damn, you finally came. If you came a few minutes later, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. After Bu Tianling heard the commotion, he looked over and immediately saw Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoya, and Gu Qianshan. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Especially after the massive amount of poisonous insects had been dispersed, he was able to deal with them more easily. After seeing the three of them attack and feeling the changes in their cultivation, Bu Tianling was even more shocked. His face was full of astonishment and shock. Damn, how long has it been? You all broke through to the next realm? Chapter 460. Bu Tianling couldn't believe it. He was also very depressed and speechless. Since he entered the poisonous insect valley, he had been chased by these poisonous insects. It was as if he was the prey of these poisonous insects. He had been fighting fiercely until now. If it wasn't for his powerful cultivation, perhaps he would have already become a meal in the stomach of these poisonous insects. Even if he could hold on until now, he had paid a huge price. Not to mention losing an arm. His body was covered with unimaginable injuries. Only he knew how serious his injuries were. On the other hand, Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoya, and Gu Qianshan were able to obtain fortunes in such a short period of time and successfully break through to the next realm. Bu Tianling had the urge to die in comparison. They had both entered the secret realm. But why were they so outstanding while he was so mediocre? How could he survive? Bu Tianling's mentality was about to explode. He clearly remembered that before entering, Xiaoyang was only in the 4th level of martial Grandmaster realm, which was 1 level lower than him. However, looking at Xiaoyang's cultivation and fighting strength, which could almost defeat him, Bu Tianling felt a huge sense of loss. Before entering, the two women were not even martial grandmasters. Now, they had entered the martial Grandmaster realm. My God, this is too unfair. Why did you all get the benefits, but I had to pay such a heavy price? Bu Tianling felt very balanced, but he was also very angry. However, after being angry for a while, he slowly calmed down. No matter what, they were not hostile to him, nor did they give up on him. Now that he was in danger, they took the initiative to help him. This was a great kindness. Bu Tianling was not a person who would bite the hand that fed him. What are you talking about? Why don't you think of a way to escape? Xiaoyang shouted as he glared at Bu Tianling while dealing with the poisonous insects in front of him. Bu Tianling was a little hesitant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go together." He couldn't bear to abandon Xiaoyang and the others. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Xiaoyang was speechless. To be honest, if Xiaoyang wanted to leave, he could do it in a matter of minutes without any trouble. However, the problem was that it was a good opportunity to practice and familiarize himself with the changes in the cultivation of a rank 5 martial ancestor. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's try it out first. We'll go out together when we're tired of it. Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoya, and Gu Qianshan were all caught up in the fierce battle. These poisonous insects were endless and innumerable. They were densely packed like a surging tide. The weak ones were martial masters, while the strong ones were martial great masters. Even if they were given 1,000 years to kill these poisonous insects, they would not be able to kill them all. Moreover, they could not fight endlessly as their cultivation and spiritual qi would be consumed. Among these poisonous insects, there were some that were powerful. If a rank 6 or 7 martial ancestor realm poisonous insect was alarmed, then Xiaoyang and the rest could only run for their lives. Therefore, although they were fighting and killing, their goal was not to kill. They only wanted to experience their cultivation and familiarize themselves with their martial skills. Killing was just a method. Their killing intent was not heavy. After fighting for half an hour, Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianshan were exhausted. Their cultivation was also severely depleted. Xiaoyang saw that they could not hold on any longer and summoned the flamingo to protect them. After all, the flamingo was a rank 5 martial ancestor realm demonic beast. Its nihility flame was even more terrifying. When it opened its mouth and spat out the nihility flame, Many poisonous insects immediately retreated. All right, let's go out, Xiao Yang shouted as he repelled the poisonous insects in front of him. At the same time, he activated the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and released the aura of a rank 5 martial ancestor realm demonic beast. With the 2 poisonous demonic beasts leading the way, the journey was smooth and smooth. Bu Tianleng could see that Xiao Yang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian were not purely saving people. They were using this opportunity to train themselves and improve their martial skills. Thinking of this result, he almost had the urge to vomit blood. If he had known, he would have run away alone. Why would he join in the fun? Because after persisting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the injuries on his body had increased. It was tragic to the point where it could not get any worse. He was very depressed and felt even more unbalanced. Fortunately, with the 2 poisonous demonic beasts, they were safe now. He was speechless as he followed behind them silently. He was envious of Xiao Yang and the others and felt that he had been cheated. After walking for a long distance, Xiao Yang smiled embarrassedly and said, "When we came here, there were 6 of us. Now there are only 4 of us. We can't embarrass those 2 idiots, right?" What he meant was that they should also take them out. Bu Tianleng snorted disdainfully. His face was full of indignation as he stared at Xiao Yang as if he was looking at a fool. If it was him, with his temper, it would be good enough if he did not kill Lu Quan and Fang Zihan. How could he save them? However, even if he was unwilling, he could only agree. There was no other way. He had to rely on Xiao Yang's strength to leave this place. With the previous experience of finding people, it was not difficult to find people again. Soon, information was sent to Xiao Yang's mind. He was pleasantly surprised. He said slowly, "It's 100 miles ahead. Let's go." They used their movement techniques and sped over at an astonishing speed. Although the distance was far, with their fast speed, they arrived in a short while. They stood on a small hill. They spread out their divine sense, but did not find anyone. "Where are they?" Lan Jiaoye asked curiously. Her divine sense did not find anyone. If even divine sense could not detect people, then it was even more impossible for her eyes to see them. Because in this place that was always dark, it was impossible for her eyes to catch any light. Xiao Yang looked at a cave on the cliff and pointed. "They are inside. It seems that they did not suffer much." As he spoke, he used the art of great teleportation and teleported them over in an instant. "Ah, save us. We don't want to die. Ah, so many poisonous insects. Oh my God." After Lu Quan and Fang Zihan were teleported to the small hill, they could not help but scream in fear. Their expressions were terrified. It was obvious that they were traumatized. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were immediately attacked by countless poisonous insects. They were lucky enough to find a cave and hid inside, finally escaping the danger. "Hey, wake up. It's okay now." Xiao Yang kicked them to wake them up from their stupor, so that they wouldn't drown in their own terrifying memories. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were laughing. They could not help but pee as they looked at the 2 who were previously handsome, but now looked like dogs. Chapter 461. Fang Zihan and Lu Quan had both become very sensitive. Even the slightest movement would cause them to turn pale with fright and tremble with fear. This caused them to maintain a state of constant vigilance. Looking at their fearful and uneasy expressions, it seemed that they were truly frightened. However, this was not a bad thing. After all, they were used to being arrogant and conceited. After this lesson, they would know how to behave better in the future. It's you guys. You guys are finally here. Boo-hoo! When Fang Zihan and Lu Quan saw Xiao Yang and the others, they could not believe it at first. Then, they were so excited that they wanted to cry. You don't know how torturous it was for them during this period of time. Every day felt like a year. They were constantly in a life and death situation. They were so desperate that they thought that they would never be able to leave this place and could only die here. Scaring yourself was the most terrifying thing. However, with the appearance of Xiao Yang and the others, it was equivalent to giving them hope. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Okay, we have found everyone. Let's go out together. Xiaoyang led them forward. They were safe and sound all the way out of the poisonous insect valley. After walking out of the poisonous insect valley, Lu Quan and Fang Zihan felt like they had survived a disaster. They even wanted to roar to the sky to vent their feelings. They were finally saved. It was not easy. Bu Tianlang subconsciously touched his broken arm and said to Xiaoyang, "Thank you for saving us. We will meet again in the future." He bid farewell and left. After using his movement technique, his figure flickered a few times and disappeared from everyone's sight. His injuries were serious. He really needed to find a place to heal as soon as possible. As for his broken arm, as long as he still had his cultivation, he believed that it could grow back again. Let's go. Xiaoyang glanced at Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. As for the other two, who seemed to be going crazy, Xiaoyang directly ignored them. After all, they had conflicts before. The reason why he saved them this time was completely out of morality and responsibility. No matter what, he was the leader. If they died inside, Xiaoyang would bear a great responsibility. Yes. The two women nodded and left with Xiaoyang. Fang Zihan and Lu Quan looked at Xiaoyang gratefully and shouted a few words of thanks. Then they began to shout and roar on the grass as if they had gone mad. Once again returning to Qingsong Palace, the three of them reluctantly bid farewell. "Cousin, where are you? Can we go and play with you?" Lan Jiaoye looked at Xiaoyang reluctantly. They hadn't seen each other for nearly a year after arriving at the poison sect. Now that they'd finally reunited, they had to part again. Gu Qianshan's eyes were also filled with longing and reluctance. How could Xiaoyang not feel the same way? He said, "I'll usually be at the sect leader's peak. The spirit chi there is rich. You guys are welcome to come here often." Although ordinary people were not allowed to enter the sect master's peak, this matter was not difficult for Xiaoyang. The rich spiritual energy on the sect master's peak was indeed suitable for them to cultivate. On the contrary, it was not essential for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang relied on poison to increase his cultivation. Really? That's great. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were very happy. They just wanted to be with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "All right, let's go back. Head Elder will definitely be pleasantly surprised when he sees your progress." The two women nodded and left happily. They were also looking forward to seeing Head Elder's shocked expression. Xiaoyang also headed back to the sect leader's peak. In fact, he also wanted to let the sect leader know that he'd broken through, so he could be happy. However, he saw dozens of people from the disciplinary hall at the foot of the sect leader's peak. Qiu Shanming, the #1 captain of the disciplinary hall, was among them. What's going on? Xiaoyang thought unhappily. His figure descended and appeared in front of everyone. Because he only recognized Qiu Shanming, he couldn't help but stare at him and say coldly, "What's going on? I'm so scared to see such a big lineup." Qiu Shanming stepped forward and glanced at Xiaoyang with a complicated expression. At the same time, two more people stepped forward. They wore the same uniform as Qiu Shanming, which meant that their status in the disciplinary hall was the same as Qiu Shanming's. Most likely, they were also captains or something. "You're Xiaoyang." The second captain of the disciplinary hall, Nangong Mingliang, stepped forward with his head held high. His tall and sturdy figure carried a powerful aura that intimidated others. "Xiaoyang, you've got guts. You dared to go against our disciplinary hall and cripple 3 of our law enforcement disciples. You've broken the law, committed a crime, and challenged the dignity of our disciplinary hall. You don't put the poison sect's rules in your eyes. Your crimes are unforgivable." The third captain of the disciplinary hall, Guo Xiangyang, was a fat man. He took a step forward and narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up Xiaoyang. He was pondering how to deal with Xiaoyang. 3 law enforcement disciples of the disciplinary hall had their cultivation crippled. This was an earth-shattering event. It was as if a super bomb had been dropped on their disciplinary hall. As a matter of fact, the three captains had joined forces to capture the criminal Xiaoyang and bring him to justice. The most agitated and furious of them all was the third captain, Guoxiangyang. The three law enforcement disciples who had their cultivation crippled were his men. If he couldn't capture Xiaoyang and give his three injured subordinates an explanation, would his other subordinates still be loyal to him? The answer was no. Therefore, no matter what price he had to pay, he had to subdue Xiaoyang and protect his own dignity. Xiaoyang finally understood when he heard their questions. As it turned out, these three had brought dozens of subordinates to get justice for the law enforcement disciples he crippled. But what did Xiaoyang do wrong? What right did he have to accept their punishment? The ones who didn't put the rules in your eyes were you guys. The ones who trampled on the sect's prestige and authority were also you guys. Why don't you take a look at that vermin's character? You guys immediately came to protect him. I, Xiaoyang, am righteous and upright. Naturally, I wouldn't hurt anyone for no reason. Xiaoyang faced the dozens of law enforcement disciples of the disciplinary hall without fear. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he replied, "Humph, impudent. Xiaoyang, you still don't know how to mend your ways and correct your mistakes. Looks like I won't let you off." Nangong Mingliang roared at Xiaoyang with a face full of anger. Guoxiangyang angrily shouted, "Xiaoyang, you're really righteous and upright. You killed Li Xingzong first, then you killed Li Xinglong, and then you crippled three witnesses. Those three witnesses were my subordinates. This matter is absolutely true. What else do you have to explain?" It turned out that the guilty party was the first to complain. Those three scums of the disciplinary hall were the first to accuse Xiaoyang. They wanted to convict Xiaoyang of his crimes. They were really despicable. Chapter 462. Xiaoyang was very angry, and his expression was a little ugly. If he had known this would happen, he would have directly killed the three scum. He coldly said, "I don't think there's a need to explain Li Xingzong's death. The sect master, the three elders, the 10 pavilion masters, and many other pavilion elders all know about it and have come to a conclusion. This Li Xinglong wanted to avenge Li Xingzong and kill me, so I killed him instead. Isn't it laughable? Finally, your three subordinates are simply the scum of scum. They saw me kill someone, and as a law enforcement officer, not only did they not stop me, they even wanted to use this to blackmail me. How can I, Xiaoyang, be a person who will wallow in the mire? Since you're their boss, you can judge for yourself whether or not their actions are proper and fair. What's wrong with me crippling their cultivation? Not killing them is already giving your law enforcement hall face. This kind of corrupt people should be hacked into pieces to prevent them from causing a foul atmosphere in the sect." Xiaoyang's questions and retorts were louder than the previous. He was not willing to accept their accusations and misunderstandings. Everyone present could feel Xiaoyang's anger and righteousness. They all fell silent. If the three disciples of the disciplinary hall were really so unbearable, then it was natural for them to be killed, not to mention only having their cultivation crippled. But the question was, who was lying? Guoxiangyang calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyang, you can't speak without evidence. I will call my three subordinates to confront you. If they lied to me, I will not let them off easily, but if I find out that you lied, your punishment will be increased." Xiaoyang curled his lips, looking very disdainful of them, and said calmly, "Since you don't believe me, then as you wish. Call them. I will definitely make them reveal their true colors." He revealed a confident look, as if he had a card up his sleeve. "Humph, when you see the three victims, you better be as arrogant as you are now." Guoxiangyang was very dissatisfied with Xiaoyang and snorted at him. He squinted his eyes, revealing an unfriendly look. Then he shouted to Qiu Shanming behind him, "Captain Qiu, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip personally this time. You must find the three victims and testify against Xiaoyang's numerous crimes." Guoxiangyang looked at Xiaoyang with a complicated expression, then looked at Guoxiangyang and nodded. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his movement technique and instantly left the place. Only the people of the disciplinary hall could freely request people to cooperate with them. The 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall who had been injured by Xiaoyang were only under the jurisdiction of the disciplinary hall. Ordinary people would not be able to get them to cooperate. Ever since the 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall had their cultivation crippled, they had become severely injured and had been recuperating in the infirmary under the disciplinary hall. Now, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and the culprit who had injured them had finally been found. It was Xiaoyang. With Qiu Shanming's departure, everyone in the field fell silent and waited silently. Guo Xiangyang, Nangong Mingliang, and the others still looked as if they did not like Xiaoyang. They had already treated Xiaoyang as a criminal who had committed the most heinous crimes. They glared fiercely at Xiaoyang and even ordered their subordinates to form a formation to surround Xiaoyang and prevent him from escaping. Xiaoyang, when they come, let's see what you have to say. Guo Xiangyang shouted at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He curled his lips and shrugged, looking like he did not care at all. His frivolous attitude angered Guo Xiangyang even more. Guo Xiangyang threatened Xiaoyang even more fiercely, but Xiaoyang did not say a word. This made him feel like a dog barking when he shouted. He also felt a little embarrassed and angry. He snorted coldly and did not say anything else. However, in his heart he was thinking, I'll let you pretend. Let's see how long you can pretend for. I'll show you later. Fortunately, he did not have to wait for too long. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would not be so stupid to wait. After about half a cup of tea's time, Qiu Shanming, who had left, quickly returned. Behind him were 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall. The 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall were severely injured and their cultivation had been crippled. Xiaoyang could tell at a glance that these 3 scums were the ones whose cultivation had been crippled by him. However, he did not feel guilty in the slightest. Instead, he was calm and composed. In any case, he had a clear conscience and he had a handle on them. There was nothing to be afraid of. As soon as the 3 scums appeared, they immediately saw Xiaoyang. Their gazes turned fierce and fierce, filled with resentment and hatred. If Xiaoyang hadn't crippled their cultivation, they would still be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the poison sect and sleep with all kinds of beautiful female disciples. But ever since Xiaoyang had crippled their cultivation, they were useless trash. They were only mocked and ridiculed by their former colleagues. They could only eat and wait for death in the infirmary. If someone was in a good mood, they would be rewarded with food. If someone was in a bad mood, they would vent their anger on them. Thus, they hated Xiaoyang to the extreme. They did not reflect on their actions at all. The strong were bullying the weak because of them. If they hadn't taken the lead as law enforcers, how could the others be like this? They didn't think too much about it and didn't care too much about it. They transferred all the humiliation and hatred onto Xiaoyang. It's you, villain, murderer. You crippled our cultivation. Yet, you still have the guts to show up here? Why aren't you surrendering and kneeling to receive your punishment? Captains, you have to uphold justice for the 3 of us. Sob sob. It's this bastard. I remember clearly that he killed Li Xinglong. We wanted to bring him to justice, but in the end he bullied the weak with no regard for the law enforcement hall or the law. He crippled the 3 of us right away. The suffering we're enduring now is all thanks to this bastard. Is there still justice in this world? As soon as these 3 disciples of the punishment hall appeared, they immediately used all their strength and strongly criticized Xiaoyang. They even showed sorrowful and aggrieved expressions to the 3 captains of the punishment hall in order to gain their sympathy. Seeing their grief and indignation at the injustice and hearing their pitiful pleas for justice, even Qiu Shanming couldn't stand it any longer. The good impression he had of Xiaoyang disappeared completely. Needless to say, the 2 captains, Nangong Mingliang and Guo Xiangyang, already didn't have a good impression of Xiaoyang. Now that their 3 subordinates were criticizing him, they were even more furious. Their dissatisfaction with Xiaoyang was at its peak. Humph. Xiaoyang, what else do you have to say now? Chapter 463. Guo Xiangyang was so angry that his face was contorted. He bellowed at Xiaoyang, his voice as loud as thunder. It was clear to see just how furious he was. Nangong Mingliang glared at Xiaoyang, his body releasing a majestic aura. Xiaoyang, the witnesses are here. Why aren't you admitting your wrongs and accepting your punishment? Are you still trying to quibble? Mighty! As the two captains' auras erupted, the 100 or so subordinates they brought with them began to cheer loudly. Their voices filled the sky, but they didn't seem to be imposing at all. Any ordinary disciple would have been scared witless by the commotion they'd created. However, Xiaoyang was no ordinary person. He only smiled coldly in the face of their aggression. The parties involved can't be used as witnesses. Do you need me to teach you the rules of the disciplinary hall? Xiaoyang said disdainfully. The parties involved could completely fabricate facts out of thin air, distort the situation and distort the truth. It was true that the three of them were victims, but they couldn't be used as witnesses. Hearing Xiaoyang's stubborn words, Guo Xiangyang was about to explode in anger. He glared at Xiaoyang and roared. Even if they can't be used as witnesses, as victims, they can accuse you. That's enough unless you can prove your innocence. Hee, let's see if you die, kid. You dared to cripple our cultivation bases. Humph. You dared to provoke us? We'll let you know how the word death is written. Kid, submit or you'll be done for. There's no medicine for regret here. The three disciples of the disciplinary hall sneered, secretly pleased with themselves. As the parties involved, they naturally knew what had happened. They'd wanted to use the fact that Xiaoyang had killed Li Xinglong to extort money from Xiaoyang. This kind of thing happened frequently in the poison sect. But they hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so unyielding and take them down. Humph. Everything has its consequences. Now is the time of Xiaoyang's death. I don't believe that Xiaoyang alone can go against the entire punishment hall. Evidence? Of course I have it. Once I bring out the evidence to prove my innocence, the people who framed me will be executed. As I said, I will cripple their cultivation. This is what they deserve. Xiaoyang said firmly. He didn't budge an inch. It was nothing more than evidence, and he was already prepared for it. Ever since he had experienced so much deception, how could he not have made any preparations before making his move? Not to mention the dangers and schemes that eternal poison Venerable had experienced in his previous life were far more complex and mysterious. Humph, evil thief, you were the one who crippled our cultivation. Could it be that you can fabricate groundless evidence out of thin air? Villain, if you can't prove your innocence, then you should atone for your crimes with death. If you can prove your innocence, then what harm is there in accepting death? That's right, three captains. We would rather use our lives in exchange for the heavenly Tao's clarity. We are not afraid of death. What we are afraid of is that the heavenly Tao will not exist and justice will not exist. We are willing to use our deaths to prove our Tao. These three disciples of the punishment hall clamored fiercely. They had an impassioned appearance of sacrificing their lives for justice, as if they were willing to sacrifice their lives for justice and justice. This made Guo Xiangyang, Nangong Mingliang, and Qiu Shanming, the three captains, reveal gratified expressions in their eyes. They were deeply moved to have such selfless and righteous subordinates. This was the blessing of the punishment hall. Even the other disciples of the punishment hall, when they heard the words of the three of them facing death for justice, felt admiration and a whole new level of respect for them. Xiaoyang was a little angry. These three damned scum were clearly doing dirty things, but now they revealed such a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor in order to gain the impression of others. They were simply too hateful. But when the three of them spoke like this, it made him seem even more hateful. If this could be tolerated, what else could? Xiaoyang, you have one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame the punishment hall for being merciless. Gua Xiangyang shouted at Xiaoyang with an imposing appearance. He grew even more confident and proud of his three subordinates. Come with me. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over their imposing demeanor. Feeling indignant, he snorted softly and used his movement technique to swiftly leave the area. After he was far away, he had them follow. After him, don't let him get away. Brat, let's see where you can run to. Hurry and chase after him. Are you a cornered dog jumping over wall? This is the poison sect. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, there's no place for you to hide. Gua, Xiangyang, Nangong Mingliang, and the others shouted one after another. Their faces were filled with rage, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. When they saw Xiaoyang leave, they immediately assumed that Xiaoyang was fleeing for his crimes. How could they let him go? In an instant, nearly 100 of them unleashed their cultivation bases and chased after him. Over 100 people moved in unison, creating a shocking scene. Their momentum was like a rainbow, unstoppable and shocking. After a while, they saw that Xiaoyang had stopped running. Next to Xiaoyang was a grave with Li Xinglong's name inscribed on it. The reason Li Xinglong had a grave after his death was because Xiaoyang had suddenly decided to bury him out of kindness. It was also here that the incident from back then happened. Murderer? You're not running anymore. Let's see where you can run to. Go, surround this place tightly. He won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Brat, if you run again, we'll kill you right away. You won't even have a chance to speak. Nangong Mingliang, Guoxiangyang, and the others roared at Xiaoyang, who was standing next to the grave. Their eyes were filled with pride. In their opinion, Xiaoyang must have fled for his crimes, and was undoubtedly the murderer. As for him, he couldn't escape now. He could only obediently wait to be captured and be punished by the law. At the very end, the 3 degenerates of the disciplinary hall were also sneering. Their eyes were full of smiles, and they were in high spirits. They were even more proud. Of course, they recognized where this was. This was the place where their cultivations were crippled. They didn't expect that Xiaoyang would take the initiative to come back here. Wasn't this just looking for trouble and adding to his crimes? They immediately took a step forward and said to the 3 captains in unison, Captain Qiao, Captain Nangong, Captain Gua, this is where Xiaoyang committed his crimes. That grave is where Li Xinglong was buried. Li Xinglong was killed by Xiaoyang. In addition, the 3 of us are useless. Our cultivations were crippled by Xiaoyang here, causing us to become burdens to the disciplinary hall. When they said this, their expressions were filled with grief and indignation. In the next moment, their expressions turned into grief. They put on a pitiful look and lamented. Our deaths are a small matter. However, justice and the righteous path are more important. Therefore, I ask the 3 captains to uphold justice. Chapter 464. Xiaoyang, why aren't you surrendering? Do you really want to force us to kill you? Gua Xiangyang's face darkened and the murderous aura around his body thickened. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes, and he was about to make a move to capture Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang slowly turned around and furrowed his brows. He glanced at them in annoyance and sneered. The truth has yet to be determined. It's too early for you to be convicted. I only asked you to follow me. Otherwise, do you think you can keep up with me based on your meager abilities? Now was not the time to talk about this. Xiaoyang could not be bothered to understand. He slowly stretched out his hand and unleashed the time reversal technique. His body released the ripples of a 5th-level martial ancestor. He planned to use this martial skill to reconstruct what had happened in the past and prove his innocence. He had unleashed this martial skill at Zhongzhuan Mountain to track down the people who had assisted the Alliance. Among the witnesses were the number 1 outer disciple, the 1,000 Poison King, as well as Elder Fo, Elder Jian, and Elder Lei. However, at this moment, Guoxiangyang, Nangong Mingliang, and the others did not understand the use of this martial skill. When they sensed Xiao Yang's actions, their faces changed greatly. Their expressions turned solemn as they cried out, "Be careful! This evil thief is about to make his move. He's a 5th-level martial ancestor. Don't underestimate him." That's right. In the poison sect, when one's cultivation reaches the 6th-level martial ancestor level, one could apply to become a pavilion elder. When one's cultivation reaches the 5th-level martial ancestor level, one could also apply for a related position. Evidently, a 5th-level martial ancestor level powerhouse was not a cabbage that could be found anywhere. It was no wonder that the members of the disciplinary hall acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guo Xiangyang all felt a great threat. Their initial confidence instantly dropped to the freezing point. "Xiaoyang, even if your cultivation is powerful, and even if we can't do anything to you, the disciplinary hall still has its deputy hall master and hall master. If you insist on going against the disciplinary hall, only death awaits you. However, as long as you stop resisting and obediently accept your punishment, we can give you a lenient sentence. Don't make a mistake." Guo Xiangyang's face darkened as he shouted at Xiaoyang. He had calculated that Xiaoyang's cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. If he wanted to take him down, he would have to pay a heavy price. Even he did not have the confidence to take down Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang turned a deaf ear to their shouts and ignored their vigilance. He only smiled coldly with a look of disdain. This martial skill of mine is called the time reversal technique. It can condense the scene of what happened in the past. You all must watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen condensed in the void in front of him. Images appeared on the light screen. In the video, Li Xinglong threatened to avenge Li Xingzong, but was killed by Xiaoyang instead. At the same time, the 3 disciples of the punishment hall watched as Li Xinglong was killed. Afterwards, the 3 of them even wanted to blackmail and threaten Xiaoyang with the death of Li Xinglong. The last video was of Xiaoyang crippling their cultivations in anger and telling them to get lost. When they saw this, Guo Xiangyang, Nangong Mingliang, and Qiu Shanming were all astounded. Their expressions were filled with disbelief, and their eyes were filled with shock. After that, their expressions turned gloomy and icy cold, and their faces were pitch black to the point it seemed as if water could drip from them. The video had undoubtedly explained everything. Xiaoyang was innocent, and Li Xinglong deserved to be killed. As for the 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall who had their cultivations crippled, they deserved to be cut into pieces. Because, as members of the disciplinary hall, they should uphold justice and uphold fairness and light. In the end, not only did they not do what they were supposed to do, they did not perform the duties they were supposed to perform. Instead, they relied on the power and authority of their position to maliciously destroy fairness and trample on justice and reason. Look at them using public resources for personal gain, abusing their power for personal gain, extorting and blackmailing openly. This was simply discrediting the disciplinary hall, and it was simply slapping the disciplinary hall's face. Slap, slap, slap. It caused Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guo Xiangyang to feel embarrassed and humiliated. To think that they believed the slanderous words of these 3 swindlers and framed the innocent Xiaoyang. They'd almost lost control and used violence against Xiaoyang. If news of this were to spread, how could the mighty, righteous disciplinary hall's image be maintained? Damn it, bastard. Damn it. The 3 captains of the disciplinary hall all roared furiously towards the sky, and they roared at the top of their lungs. Because they were too furious, their faces were practically warped, their bodies were trembling, and the veins on their foreheads bulged. They clenched their fists tightly, and the baleful aura they originally emitted exploded out in multiples at this moment. Their auras instantly locked onto those 3 scum, and when they looked over, their gazes seemed as if they wanted to eat people, and it was extremely terrifying. This caused the hearts of those 3 swindlers and scum to thump wildly, their scalps to tighten, and their throats to become dry. Their faces instantly paled without the slightest trace of blood. At this moment, they no longer had the delight and complacency from before, and there was only dense fear and worry. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and their legs were slightly weak. They couldn't help but stagger back, as if they were frightened by the boundless auras of the three captains. GGG, Captain. They looked at the three captains of the disciplinary hall in terror, and their lips were pale as they trembled without end. Even when they spoke, they seemed to be stuttering. At this moment, their minds were completely blank, and even their breathing had become hurried. They were flustered and at a loss for what to do, because they didn't expect such a reversal at all. They originally thought that they would be able to get rid of Xiaoyang, but they didn't expect that they would be beaten to death by Xiaoyang instead. It's over, we're dead for sure. Their expressions were filled with despair, and they wailed in their hearts. Mighty! Nearly 100 disciples of the disciplinary hall stretched out their voices and shouted in a dignified manner. The sound waves were shocking like thunder, and a shocking aura soared into the sky. Numerous ferocious and overbearing auras locked onto those three despicable scum, and it terrified them to the point they instantly went limp on the ground. Their pants slowly became wet, and they even emitted the smell of urine. Hey, 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 what are all of you doing? What are you shouting for? At this sacred and solemn moment, at this moment where evil was about to be punished and annihilated, a discordant and lazy voice reverberated in the heavens and the earth, and it instantly ruined the solemn atmosphere. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and saw Xiaoyang with his hands crossed over his chest, looking at them indifferently. He was the one who said those frivolous words just now. If it was any other time, if someone interrupted the enforcement and punishment at a critical moment, Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, Guoxiangyang, and the other members of the disciplinary hall would definitely berate loudly, and even give out severe punishment. However, they didn't dare to do that when facing Xiaoyang. They didn't even dare to show a solemn expression, and could only force out an awkward smile to accompany him. Chapter 465. This wasn't because of how strong Xiaoyang was, nor was it because of how noble Xiaoyang's status was. It was because they felt uneasy and guilty. Previously, they'd listened to the slanderous words of vile characters and had almost hurt Xiaoyang. Now that they knew that Xiaoyang was innocent, they couldn't wait to apologize. How could they still dare to be strict with him? One had to know that a 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator like Xiaoyang's time was very precious. His reputation was also very important. But with their actions, they'd wasted a lot of Xiaoyang's time and tarnished Xiaoyang's reputation. It was already good enough that Xiaoyang didn't pursue their mistakes. How could they still dare to be strict with him? Brother Xiaoyang, it was all our fault before. It's our fault for bringing you trouble. We're extremely sorry. We'll deeply reflect on our actions. Xiaoyang, we're sorry. We've wronged you. It's all our fault for listening to the slanderous words of scum. We'll punish them severely right now and give you justice. Guoxiangyang, Qiu Shanming, and Nangong Mingliang all tried to explain themselves to Xiaoyang. The awkward smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Who told them to do something wrong? Who told them to frame Xiaoyang and almost cause a huge mistake? If Xiaoyang hadn't proven his innocence, they would have created a huge injustice. Think about it. If the dignified law enforcement hall had to force the person involved to prove his innocence, then what was the point of having a law enforcement hall? They felt humiliated and didn't have the face to see anyone. Even the other disciples of the law enforcement hall had ashamed expressions on their faces. They were blaming themselves in their hearts. Instead, they hated the three scum. Their hatred wasn't any less than the three captains. Not only did the three scum break the law enforcement hall's rules, but they'd also smeared its reputation. The impact of their actions on society was enormous. It was because of people like them that the poisoned sex atmosphere was so foul. Of course, the main reason why they were so angry was that the three scums had cheated them of their feelings and trust. Think about how those three bastards looked like they were going to die for justice. That was simply a solemn vow to cover up their sins and darkness. They had all been deceived, so of course they couldn't accept it. This was especially true for the three captains, Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guo Xiangyang. They had always been known for their keen eyesight and ability to discern even the smallest detail. Because these three degenerates were disciples of the disciplinary hall, they had misplaced their trust in them and almost made a mistake that would lead to everlasting regret. Therefore, their anger was practically overflowing to the heavens. It was so intense that it reached the level of raging waves and was indescribable. Xiao Yang remained calm and collected. He blinked his eyes and shrugged. Oh, I've said it before. Once I prove my innocence, the three of them will die. Then he continued to observe. In any case, from his point of view, those three scums from the disciplinary hall would definitely not be able to live past today. If Guo Xiangyang, Nangong Mingliang, and the others from the disciplinary hall did not make a move, then he would definitely make a move. As long as he had a clear conscience, he didn't care about so many restrictions and bullshit rules. Don't worry, we will definitely make you satisfied with how we handle things. Guo Xiangyang made a promise to Xiao Yang. Qiu Shanming's originally tightly furrowed expression relaxed slightly. He and Xiao Yang had known each other for a long time. Because of the Changsun Mountain, Zhou Shanlin, and Zhou Shankai incident, he had established a relationship with Xiao Yang. At that time, he had thought quite highly of Xiao Yang. However, after he had listened to the lies of the swindler, he felt that Xiao Yang was a rotten person on the inside and had a bad impression of him. Now that the truth was out, he realized that he had misunderstood Xiao Yang. He really felt apologetic. However, as long as Xiao Yang was innocent, then he was very satisfied and his heart was at ease. This proved that his first judgment was not wrong. Brother Xiao Yang, don't worry. Even if Captain Guo cares about personal feelings, I will definitely be fair to the end. Qiu Shanming patted his chest and spoke frankly with an upright and plain-spoken expression. He didn't mind fawning a bit more for Xiao Yang. It would be a bonus point for himself. Nangong Mingliang's expression was just as righteous as his domineering aura. These three villains deserved to die 10,000 deaths. Instead of doing proper business, they resorted to such crooked methods and ruined the poison sect's reputation. Who knows how many people have been harmed by them? If we don't kill them, how will we heal the wounds of the other victims? If we don't kill them, how will we punish the chickens to warn the monkeys and uphold justice? Kill, kill, kill. Nearly 100 discipline hall disciples couldn't help but roar with grief and indignation. Their morale soared, and killing them was already an irresistible trend. Even if these three disciples were Guo Xiangyang's men, he had no choice but to kill them now. Otherwise, how would he convince the masses? He had already walked in front of the three of them. He stared at them coldly and asked angrily, "If you have any regrets, hurry up and tell me. You have done such a heinous thing. Even a golden immortal can't save you." Although he was very angry and wanted to kill these three evil subordinates, he was still willing to give them a chance to make arrangements after their deaths on account of the fact that they had followed him for so many years. Big Captain, don't kill us. We know our wrongs. Sob, sob. Big Captain, on account of our many years of service, can you just let us go? We're willing to leave the poison sect. I don't want to die yet, Big Captain. Besides, he only used a martial skill. He could have fabricated it out of thin air. How can that be used as evidence? I won't be able to rest in peace, even if I die. The three scum were crying so hard that even snot was flowing out of their noses. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, they had no choice but to find another reason to stall for time, even if it meant twisting the truth. That's right, that's right. We won't die in peace, Big Captain. We've been wronged. You can't be fooled by Xiao Yang. We won't be able to rest in peace. The three disciplinary hall disciples saw a trace of hesitation in Guo Xiangyang's expression and immediately realized that they had a chance. Thus, They increased the weight of their claims and continued to cry out their innocence. In reality, Xiaoyang had presented the truth to them. However, if they admitted their guilt, only death would await them. In order to survive, they had no choice but to continue deceiving him. Guoxiangyang thought for a moment, then hesitated. In the end, he still turned around and swept his gaze over Xiaoyang. Then, he took 2 steps toward Xiaoyang. Cupping his hands together, he knelt on one knee and said to Xiaoyang, "Brother Xiaoyang, I know that my request is excessive and that these 3 scum deserve to die 10,000 deaths. But can you let them die in peace? For example, can you produce some evidence?" This request was undoubtedly excessive. Even Qiu Shanming and Nangong Mingliang furrowed their brows. Chapter 466. But they didn't make a sound, because they knew that Guoxiangyang wasn't pleading for his own sake, but for the sake of others. This showed that he was loyal, and when they saw him kneel on one knee on the ground, this could be considered as lowering his head and compromising, and even putting down his own dignity. Very few people were able to do this for their subordinates. After all, amongst the 3 captains of the enforcement hall, Guoxiangyang was the one with the hardest bones, and he was also the one with the most backbone and pride. The other disciples of the enforcement hall were similarly silent, and they just watched silently. The reason Guoxiangyang was so popular was probably because he had the thought and courage to plead for his subordinates' lives. Actually, Xiaoyang was similarly slightly displeased, and he frowned with displeasure while cold lights flickered in his eyes. But when he saw Guoxiangyang kneeling before him, he was unable to get angry no matter what. He thought for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then sighed and said, "Get up, I'll fulfill your wish." "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang." Guoxiangyang was extremely excited, and he bowed to Xiaoyang. As for those 3 scum that were about to be executed, they had delighted and excited expressions instead, and they seemed as if they'd seen the hope of survival at this moment, causing their eyes to reveal hope. They thought complacently in their hearts, "Now that you've taken the bait, let's see how you get out of this situation. Once you're unable to produce any other evidence, then you won't be able to request for us to be executed." Xiaoyang said slowly, "I once executed this time reflection technique on Zhongzhuan Mountain. The 1,000 Poison King, Lightning Pavilion, Sword Pavilion, and Buddha Pavilion were all witnesses, and they can prove that my martial skill is real and not fake." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the hearts of those 3 lucky scum to go cold once more. Guoxiangyang looked at those 3 scum as well. If those 3 damnable swindlers were convinced, then it was time for him to kill them. "Xiaoyang, you're quibbling and pestering endlessly, not to mention whether you know the 1,000 Poison King or not. How could a great figure like the 1,000 Poison King, who's the #1 on the outer court disciple rankings, possibly know you? Also, don't talk nonsense. Elder Buddha, Elder Sword, and Elder Thunder are all famous figures. They're still in Chaos City, so how do you know each other? Don't tell me you've been to Chaos City. You're from Marshallyang City, after all. If you want to enter the poison sect, you don't need to go through Chaos City at all. Can you think of a plan before you lie?" Guoxiangyang, Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and the others all fell silent. Although the death penalty for the 3 men had been determined, Xiaoyang's lie was also problematic. Yes, in their eyes, Xiaoyang had made up a lie in order to kill them. How could a new disciple who had only been here for half a year know the 3 pavilion elders in Chaos City? In the face of these 3 people's doubts and the silence of the crowd, Xiaoyang smiled silently. This was because he had already sensed several familiar auras in the sect, and those auras were getting closer and closer to him. "What are you laughing at? Xiaoyang, if you can't prove that you're telling the truth, then everything you said before is a lie. Everything will be invalid, and we won't be guilty." "That's right, Xiaoyang. You wanted to slander us, but now we've seen through you." The 3 men kept shouting at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang continued to smile. After a while, he said, "They're back. They're on their way. They'll tell you if it's true or not." As soon as he said that, he saw a streak of light flying over from the distance. Then, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The newcomers hadn't even landed on the ground when they greeted Xiaoyang from afar. Junior brother Xiaoyang, long time no see. How have you been? Thank you for your help before. I haven't even thanked you yet. Come, come, come. It's rare that we have time. Let's drink until we're drunk. The first person to arrive was the 1,000 Poisons King, the #1 outer sect disciple. Everyone present knew him because he was very famous. Many people were shocked and even started discussing. Why is the 1,000 Poisons King back? Hiss, look at him. Not only does he know Xiaoyang, but he also seems to have a good relationship with Xiaoyang. It seems that what Xiaoyang said before was true. We actually didn't believe him. We're ashamed. Many disciples of the punishment hall muttered to themselves with ashamed looks on their faces. Even the 3 captains, Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guoxiangyang, felt somewhat guilty. They didn't understand why they didn't believe Xiaoyang, and in the end it was always proven that Xiaoyang was telling the truth. You're back. Xiaoyang nodded at the 1,000 Poisons King, who was walking over excitedly, and greeted him. The 1,000 Poisons King glanced around and immediately sensed that something was wrong. His face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "Who can tell me what's going on?" Xiaoyang smiled bitterly and could only say simply, I used the time reversal technique to rewind what happened before. They didn't believe me, so they wanted to find out. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000 Poisons King spat and said, "Who do they think they are? Junior brother Xiaoyang, you want them to believe you?" In response, Xiaoyang could only smile bitterly and didn't explain. The 1,000 Poisons King snorted coldly and glanced at Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guoxiangyang with an unfriendly gaze. He also knew the 3 of them. It was obvious that the 3 of them were the leaders of this matter. He said disdainfully, "Oh, so it's Captain Qiu, Captain Guo, and Captain Nangong. I wonder what my junior brother Xiaoyang did wrong. Is it worth it for you to mobilize so many people?" The 3 captains, Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guoxiangyang, could only smile bitterly. The truth of the matter was already out. Xiaoyang was innocent. They still felt guilty toward Xiaoyang, so they naturally wouldn't find trouble with Xiaoyang. What they had to do now was to let these 3 scum die in peace. Just as they were arguing, several more lights descended. It was the Lightning Pavilion Elder, the Sword Pavilion Elder, and the Buddha Pavilion Elder. The 3 Pavilion Elders had returned. "Little brother Xiaoyang, how have you been?" "Ha-ha!" The Lightning Pavilion Elder and the Buddha Pavilion Elder greeted Xiaoyang with joy. The Sword Pavilion Elder was a girl, so she wasn't so boorish and domineering. She merely nodded at Xiaoyang. The 3 Pavilion Elders approved of Xiaoyang very much and admired Xiaoyang very much. Whether it was in the Flame City or Chaos City, Xiaoyang had helped them too much. It was Xiaoyang who brought them surprises every time. Hence, they immediately came to look for Xiaoyang as soon as they returned. So the 3 Pavilion Elders are back. Why? Have the matters in Chaos City been settled? Xiaoyang was very happy to see them. After all, they had known each other since the Flame City. Their friendship was real and had been nurtured through life and death battles. It's been settled long ago. Look, it's been almost a year. Chapter 467. Elder Lei smiled at Xiaoyang and continued, "Kid, I heard you've been personally accepted as a disciple by the sect master. You're his only personal disciple now. Not bad. Come, come. Let's find a place to have a drink." Elder Buddha and Elder Zheng'a also smiled as they looked at Xiaoyang happily. They really had a lot to talk about in this meeting. At the same time, they wanted to ask Xiaoyang for more knowledge. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "All right, you guys go to the sect master's peak first. I'll go there in a bit." He'd been alone in the poison sect for nearly a year. To be able to have a few drinks with a few good friends was a delightful thing. However, the matter here hadn't been resolved yet, so Xiaoyang didn't plan to leave immediately. But things would be resolved soon, so he wouldn't make them wait. Elder Lei frowned and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, what else is delaying you? Can it be compared to us drinking?" Xiaoyang could only explain, helplessly, "I used the time reversal technique, and they suspected that the reflection was fake. Look, you guys are here now. You can clear my name." Elder Buddha usually looked benevolent and kind, but when he heard this, he was immediately displeased. He was even a little angry. He opened his mouth and shouted, "That wretched bastard dares to doubt my brother Xiaoyang's martial skills? Is he courting death?" Back at Zhongzhuan Mountain, it was Xiaoyang who used the time reversal technique to find the evil cultivator's hiding place. Otherwise, Chaos City would only be more chaotic. Elder Lei swept an unfriendly glance at Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guo Xiangyang. The lightning around his body crackled, and there were even bolts of lightning swimming around him. It was very frightening. Elder Zhanga also released a sharp sword intent. It was incomparably sharp and bone-chilling. She frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Even if the whole world doubted Xiaoyang, they would definitely trust Xiaoyang. When the disciples of the disciplinary hall saw the 3 pavilion elders' attitude toward Xiaoyang, they were all extremely shocked. They were shocked that Xiaoyang actually knew such big shots. One had to know that these big shots who came back from Chaos City had made great contributions, and their futures were limitless. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Xiaoyang's words were all true. If he said that he knew the 3 pavilion elders, then he knew them. There was no exaggeration at all. Guo Xiangyang, Qiu Shanming, and Nangong Mingliang could only smile bitterly. The truth was already very obvious. There was no need to continue proving it. The 3 of you should give up. I don't have time to mess around with you. Guo Xiangyang stared coldly at his 3 former subordinates. Because of the request of these 3 scums, he had almost offended the 3 pavilion elders. At the very least, he had left a bad impression on them. This made him very angry. "No, no, no. You can't kill us. Aren't you bullying us with your power?" "Yes, yes, yes. You're just afraid of offending the big shots, so you're protecting each other. We're not convinced. You can't kill us. You're completely afraid of the big shots' authority. You want to kill us to end it all." The 3 of them were still shouting nonstop, and their expressions were full of unwillingness. Actually, they were already desperate. They wanted to stall for time. To them, every second they could live was a second longer. Every breath they could take would be as long as possible. Humans fought for their dignity, and Buddhas fought for their incense. Are you still not giving up? Very well, I'll show you something else. Xiaoyang's lips curled up, and he smiled. He was going to destroy their hearts. Sometimes, destroying their hearts was much crueler than killing someone. Moreover, conquering a person might not be able to conquer their mind, even if it was only their body. As long as the other party's mind was completely destroyed, that would be the real killing. Xiaoyang reached out and flipped his hand. A small light flashed, and an item immediately appeared in his hand. It was a spirit stone. Everyone did not understand why Xiaoyang took out the spirit stone. Under Xiaoyang's manipulation, they all saw the image stored in the spirit stone. It was almost the same as the image when Xiaoyang used the time reversal technique. However, the image in the spirit stone was more detailed. It had confirmed that Li Xinglong deserved to die and the crimes of the 3 scums. At this moment, the 3 scums were completely speechless. Their faces were filled with despair, their hearts were like dead ashes, and their entire bodies were in a daze. Their minds were blank. Guo Xiangyang roared at them furiously. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit to your crimes or not?" The truth was already so obvious. What was the point of quibbling? Regardless of whether they were convinced or not, Guo Xiangyang had already made up his mind to kill them. "We admit to our crimes." The 3 scums of the disciplinary hall had completely given up on struggling. It was as if their hearts were already dead. They'd been killed by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's lips curled up. He narrowed his eyes and calmly looked at Guo Xiangyang. He'd originally wanted to kill the three scums himself, but the disciplinary halls people were all here. There was no need for him to overstep his boundaries and interfere. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. Then Guo Xiangyang closed his eyes and suddenly attacked. As his cultivation base erupted, a terrifying, majestic force rushed at the three men. His three former subordinates didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into a bloody mist that scattered with the wind. Disciplinary halls people, begin your investigations today. If anyone dares to commit the same crime, this will be their fate. Similarly, if anyone in the poison sect dares to bully the weak and be unreasonable, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Guo Xiangyang's face was solemn as he shouted at the disciplinary hall's disciples. He believed that there would definitely be people who would abuse their power for personal gain. It was just that they hadn't noticed. Even if they hadn't, it was fine. With this punishment as an example, he believed they'd restrain themselves. Killing people wasn't the goal. It was just a means to achieve it. Maintaining order and fairness in the poison sect was the way to go. Xiaoyang, we'll come to apologize in the future. We'll take our leave first. Guo Xiangyang, Nangong Mingliang, Qiu Shanming, and the others cupped their fists and left with the disciplinary hall's disciples. After they left, Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Come, come, come. Sect Master's Peak. I'll prepare a welcoming feast for all of you." Pavilion Elder Lei, Pavilion Elder Jiao, and Pavilion Elder Fo were overjoyed. Let's compete in movement techniques. Let's see who gets to the Sect Master's Peak first. The winner takes all. The loser has to kneel and lick. Xiaoyang looked at them smugly. The three pavilion elders naturally weren't afraid. They were all 6th-level martial ancestor realm experts, so their movement techniques were naturally impressive. They remembered that Xiaoyang was only a 4th-level martial ancestor realm expert back in Chaos City. There were 2 whole levels between them. What confidence did he have to compete with them? Wouldn't he win for sure? At that thought, Pavilion Elder Lei laughed and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, there has to be a reward for this competition. Otherwise, it'll be boring." Chapter 468. What he meant was that he wanted to get something good from Xiaoyang. Anyway, from their point of view, Xiaoyang was definitely not their opponent. Once they agreed to the competition, Xiaoyang would definitely lose. Then the so-called prize would be theirs. Xiaoyang naturally knew what they were thinking. Similarly, how could he not have the same thoughts? After not seeing each other for a period of time, their thoughts of him must have remained the same as before. This time around, he would definitely give them a huge shock and cause them to lose their treasures. All right, I have a magic treasure here called the Heaven and Earth Mirror. It's quite amazing. Just take it out as the wager. Xiaoyang took out the Heaven and Earth Mirror in a forthright manner. This mirror was his favorite item, and it was also quite extraordinary. Adding on the fact that it was personally given to him by the Poison Sect Master, its value had skyrocketed. Since Xiaoyang had taken out such a good item, he believed that Pavilion Elder Lei, Pavilion Elder Jian, and Pavilion Elder Fo wouldn't be stingy. I have a profound bomb here made from my blood essence. Not to mention its power, it's definitely amazing. With this profound bomb, you can also comprehend the laws of lightning. Pavilion Elder Lei glanced at the Heaven and Earth Mirror in Xiaoyang's hand and took a liking to it. The laws and energy contained within the Heaven and Earth Mirror were quite extraordinary. It also had its own spirituality. Anyone with a bit of experience would understand the importance of this magic treasure. Elder Fo and Elder Jian's eyes lit up. Their hearts thumped. Since they wanted to obtain the Heaven and Earth Mirror, they couldn't let others laugh at their wager. Immediately, they chuckled and took out their precious treasures. This is my Tai sword art. Even in the Poison Sect, there are only 3 people who have it. There are countless people who want it. I believe it will be very useful to you. Pavilion Elder Jian took out a jade slip and spoke elegantly. Elder Fo took out a talisman. The talisman had the words Amit Ba written on it. The talisman had an astonishing amount of Buddhist energy flowing through it. It was very intimidating. Elder Fo introduced, "This is an ancient talisman that I accidentally obtained. As long as you activate this talisman, you can summon the ancient Buddha Amit Ba's incarnation to help you. At the same time, you can also study this talisman to cultivate Buddhism. I don't need to elaborate on how precious it is." It wasn't just Elder Lei and Elder Jiang who were tempted. Even Xiaoyang was shocked when he saw it. This item was really hard to come by. All of them were looking at it with longing. Keep in mind that even the Pavilion Lord might not be able to summon an ancient Buddha to help, but Elder Buddha's talisman could. Thus, its value was indescribable. Xiaoyang, who was the eternal poison venerable in his previous life, was even more clear about the use of this talisman. This talisman could also help a person break through a rank. With the help of Buddhist power, it could also be used against enemies. It was simply a rare item. Of course, the treasures that each of them took out were very rare and extraordinary. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Today, thank you, 3 pavilion elders, for giving me these treasures. Ha! Xiaoyang laughed heartily as if he had a card up his sleeve. It was as if he had full confidence that he could win these prizes. Elder Fo smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, it's a little early for you to say this. As elders, we are embarrassed to take your heaven and earth mirror. However, rules are rules. We have to abide by them. Get ready. Let's go to the sect leader's peak. Let's see who gets there first." The 1,000 Poisons King, who was watching this scene from the side, could only smile bitterly. Although he was the first in the outer sect disciple ranking, he obviously couldn't intervene in this situation. Of course, he also knew that his cultivation and speed were no match for them. Thus, he didn't join in the fun. At this level, one had to pay attention to qualifications. At most, he could be considered a dispensable witness. The 4 of them stood on the same starting line. They circulated their cultivation and were ready to take the throne. The 1,000 Poisons King had to stand out and say with a smile, "I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 figures sped out. They were so fast that only their afterimages could be seen. "Buddha is merciful. I'll go first." As his words echoed in the air, Elder Fo's figure had already disappeared. Every step he took covered thousands of feet. His figure flickered again and again. He was very fast. "Elder Fo, what's the rush?" "I'm coming." Elder Lei also chuckled. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the void and instantly overtook Elder Fo. Elder Jiang smiled reservedly. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Xiaoyang. She said elegantly, "Xiaoyang, I'll go first." She used the human sword unity martial technique. In an instant, she was tens of thousands of feet away. Her speed was not inferior to the other 2 pavilion elders. Only Xiaoyang was still standing in the same place, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Seeing that they were already tens of thousands of feet away, he still had a calm and unhurried look on his face. He squinted his eyes and looked at them with a smile. Seeing this, the 1,000 Poisons King could not help but worry for Xiaoyang. He hurriedly reminded Xiaoyang, "Junior brother Xiaoyang, the 3 pavilion elders already have the advantage in cultivation and experience. If you don't fight for time, when will you? Are you admitting defeat?" Xiaoyang looked calm. He smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. It's okay to let them win first." To be honest, if it was only a competition of speed and cultivation, Xiaoyang would be on par with them. It was hard to say who would reach the sect leader's peak first. However, Xiaoyang had a way to cheat. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang wanted to laugh. They were about 100,000 feet away from the sect leader's peak. If they all used their maximum speed, They could easily reach it in a few breaths. The 3 pavilion elders were at the front. They were even closer to the sect leader's peak. They were only 100,000 feet away. Seeing that they were about to reach the sect leader's peak in the next breath, they were beaming with joy and excitement. This was not only a reward, but also an excellent opportunity to prove their superiority. This would make them satisfied and give them a sense of accomplishment. Ha, Xiaoyang, brother Xiao still knows his own limits. He gave up early. Elder Jiang chuckled. Isn't that so? I think this competition is completely set up for the 3 of us. However, I won't give up. The resolution and talismans you took out are all good stuff. Elder Lei said happily. Elder Jiang smiled and did not say anything. He quickly moved forward. He was also determined to get first place. The moment the 3 of them were about to reach the sect leader's peak, Xiaoyang smiled in the distance. He immediately formed a seal with both hands, and his divine sense exploded. A mysterious and majestic teleportation force instantly erupted and directly acted on the 3 pavilion elders. In the blink of an eye, the 3 pavilion elders were teleported to the starting line. Chapter 469. When the 1,000 Poisons King saw the 3 pavilion elders return to their original positions, he could not help but be stunned. Then he was shocked and widened his eyes, revealing a dumbfounded look. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What on earth happened? This was too unbelievable. Weren't the 3 pavilion elders about to set foot on the sect master's peak? Why did they suddenly return to their original positions? Was this a joke? Not only was the 1,000 Poisons King dumbfounded and astonished, but even the 3 pavilion elders were also at a loss at this moment. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They were completely unaware of what was happening in front of them and were extremely stunned. Damn, wasn't I already close to the sect master's peak? Why did I suddenly return to the starting point? Oh my God, this is too strange. I saw the throne of the first place waving at me. Why do I have to start from the beginning again? Is there a mistake in this world, or was everything before an illusion? What on earth is going on? Why is it like this? The 3 pavilion elders' hearts were like a huge wave, and their expressions changed again. They could not believe what was happening in front of them this time. They felt that this was too strange, as if they had seen a ghost. Only Xiaoyang had a harmless expression from beginning to end. He looked at them gently, with a playful look in his eyes and a sly expression. The reason for this scene was naturally because Xiaoyang had used the art of great teleportation. If not for this super cheating device, how could Xiaoyang be willing to take out the heaven and earth mirror? He liked this magic treasure very much. Xiaoyang blinked and coughed dryly to attract their attention. Seeing that they were still in shock and astonishment, he could not help but want to laugh in his heart. He teased them and said, "The 3 pavilion elders' speed is really impressive. I won't be modest then. Please." After saying that, he did not care about the 3 pavilion elders who had yet to come back to their senses. He immediately took the lead and left. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of feet away. The 3 pavilion elders were shocked for a long time before they came back to their senses and shouted, "Oh, damn, we fell into a trap. Quick, Chase, catch up. Oh my God, I was actually tricked by that brat Xiaoyang. My pitiful mouthful of blood essence, profound thunder. There's also my ancient Buddhist talisman. That's my lifeblood. This time I've played it big. Xiaoyang is too cunning and treacherous. It seems that this old man will fall into his hands." The 3 pavilion elders were very unwilling to give up. They once again unleashed their cultivation and displayed their movement techniques to the extreme. They quickly chased after Wu Yin. Their speed was very fast, so fast that Wu Yin's first step was 1 or 2 times faster than the first time. This meant that Wu Yin had held back his strength the first time. This time, he had completely unleashed his full strength. However, although their speed was fast enough, they were still slow compared to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was already far ahead. Under their gazes, Xiaoyang had successfully stepped onto the sect master's peak. Standing on the stone, he turned around and looked at the 3 people who were rushing over with a smile. Seeing that the 3 people were about to step onto the sect master's peak again, Xiaoyang once again used the great teleportation skill. With the eruption of the power of teleportation, the power of teleportation instantly engulfed the 3 pavilion elders and sent them back to their original starting point. The 3 pavilion elders who were once again standing on the starting line were not shocked this time, only angry and shocked. Naturally, they could tell that it was all Xiaoyang's doing. They were shocked that Xiaoyang had grown to such a terrifying extent after not seeing him for a short period of time. He could actually teleport away 3 6th level martial arts grandmasters without a sound. This ability was enough to shock and astonish them. They were angry that Xiaoyang actually had such a super cheating device and was so brazen to propose a bet. This was really too much. He simply wanted to take away their lifeblood. However, they could not openly condemn Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang glanced at them and waved his hand. With the eruption of the power of teleportation, they were once again teleported to the sect master's peak. He had already cultivated the great teleportation skill to the 2nd volume. As long as he was willing, he could teleport everything within 100,000 feet as he wished. The 3 pavilion elders who were teleported to the sect master's peak were no longer shocked or shocked. They just looked at Xiaoyang calmly. After staring blankly for a while, they realized that this expression was inappropriate. Pavilion Elder Lei immediately changed his expression and said, "Damn, Brother Xiaoyang, you're cheating too much. This is not fair at all. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. No matter what, we have to compete again, and you can't cheat." Pavilion Elder Fo also pretended to be angry. With a pained expression, he protected his ancient Buddhist amulet and complained, "Yes, yes, yes. A competition with cheating definitely doesn't count. Brother Xiaoyang, we have to do it fair and square." Pavilion Elder Zhangrong stretched out her slender hand to cover her cherry lips and let out an elegant laugh. Her meaning was that this competition did not count. They were all pained by their own magic treasures and cultivation methods. If they were to hand them over without any reason, they would probably feel pained for a long time. Xiaoyang chuckled and scolded the group of old foxes. He said, "Why doesn't it count? We've agreed before that there are not many rules. Don't be sore losers. You're all so old. If this were to spread out, you wouldn't have anywhere to put your old faces." Xiaoyang did not care whether they objected or not. With the attitude of a victor, he waved his hand. The power of teleportation and the mysterious rules appeared out of thin air and acted on their cultivation methods and amulets. In less than half a breath's time, all their bets landed in Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang looked at the Xianlei, amulets, and Tai sword technique in his hands. His face revealed a satisfied expression and his eyes brightened. These were all good things that could only be encountered by chance. Now they were all his. Xiaoyang glanced at them. Looking at their upset and shocked expressions, he said, "If you accept the bet, you have to accept the loss." Pavilion Elder Zhangrong, Pavilion Elder Lei, and Pavilion Elder Fo were all angry and shocked at the same time. Heavens! What kind of crooked method did Xiaoyang learn? He could actually snatch things from their hands so easily. It should be known that they were all old monsters of the 6th level of martial Grandmaster realm. "Xiaoyang, you can't be so shameless. Pity my ancient Buddha amulets." Pavilion Elder Fo immediately shouted at Xiaoyang with a pained expression. His heart was filled with indignation, and his expression was one of unwillingness. Pavilion Elder Zhangrong and Pavilion Elder Lei were the same. Xiaoyang curled his lips and said bluntly, "Don't worry. Naturally, I won't take your good things for free. I see that your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Perhaps you can't communicate with each other." He kindly wanted to guide them. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, the 3 pavilion elders were stunned. Chapter 470. They still remembered that Xiao Yang's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, which was 2 whole realms lower than theirs. What was there to talk about? They were the ones guiding the weaker party. However, when they thought of the strange things that had happened since they met Xiaoyang, they immediately had other thoughts. Okay, but let's make it clear first. If you don't satisfy us, we will still take back the treasure. Elder Fo felt his heart ache at the thought of the treasure. The 4 of them sat on stone stools in a pavilion not far away. Xiaoyang took out the props for making tea from the storage room and also took out the high-quality spiritual tea. Elder Jiang's eyes lit up when she saw the exquisite tea set. She immediately liked it and had the urge to ask for it. However, she resisted the urge. Looking at the spiritual tea that Xiaoyang took out, she could not sit still anymore. She could not help but ask, "Xiaoyang, give me some of your spiritual tea. If you still have a tea set, give me one. I can give you my sword cultivation insights." In fact, she was not the only one who was tempted. Elder Fo and Elder Lei were also tempted. Although they did not drink much tea, they could still tell at a glance that the tea set and spiritual tea were extraordinary. Xiaoyang laughed involuntarily and said, "I don't have much in stock. If you want, I will leave some for you after this." Elder Jiang was instantly excited. Her pink cheeks flushed. She expressed her gratitude to Xiaoyang on the spot. Then she personally took the spiritual tea and planned to make it herself. She was a girl and usually liked to drink tea, especially high-quality tea. Therefore, her method of making tea was very unique. The 4 of them drank tea and exchanged their cultivation insights. They talked and laughed and also pondered and comprehended the Tao. They sat there for an entire day. When night fell, Xiaoyang reminded them to leave, saying, "All right, 1,000 cups of wine is not enough to drink with close friends. We have plenty of time. You guys have just returned to the sect, so you should hurry back and rest so that you can report to the sovereign tomorrow." The 3 elders got up and left reluctantly. The 1,000 Poisons King, who had been accompanying them all this time, also felt enlightened after hearing their conversation. He was also very grateful to Xiaoyang. Seeing that the 3 pavilion elders had left, he bowed to Xiaoyang and cupped his fists, saying, "Many thanks to senior brother Xiaoyang. I will also take my leave." He changed the way he addressed Xiaoyang again. Back in Chaos City, he'd relied on his status as a senior disciple of the Poison sect to call Xiaoyang his junior brother. He'd even said that if anyone tried to make things difficult for Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang could use his title as the 1,000 Poisons King. But judging from the current situation, Xiaoyang had walked a much farther path than he had. He no longer had the right to call Xiaoyang his junior brother. Even the 3 pavilion elders treated Xiaoyang as their guide. This was an unprecedented honor. Xiaoyang nodded and bowed as well. After they left, the sect master's peak fell silent again under the night sky. Only a few insects chirped under the moonlight. Xiaoyang got up, planning to go back and sleep. But the moment he got up, he couldn't help but frown. "Who's there? Why are you sneaking around? Hurry up and come out." Xiaoyang snorted and immediately used the greater teleportation technique to teleport 2 black-robed figures over. Actually, Xiaoyang had long discovered their presence. He was too familiar with the sect master's peak, so much so that it was ingrained in his bones. Thus, if there was any unusual aura or slight movement in the sect master's peak, he would be able to sense it. Those 2 people had been hiding here for a long time. It was just that the 3 pavilion elders and the 1,000 Poisons King were present, so they didn't have a chance to make a move. They'd planned to put the mission aside for now and come back another day, but Xiaoyang just so happened to teleport them directly to the pavilion. Since things had developed to this extent, there was nothing left to say. They could only fight. Xiaoyang, die. The 2 black-robed figures roared at Xiaoyang angrily. Then, they unleashed their terrifying 5th-level martial ancestor cultivation and launched a fierce attack at Xiaoyang. Icebound World. Flying Wild Goose's Shadow. These two great martial skills were black-level middle-grade martial skills. When they were used by the two black-robed figures, their power was extraordinary and terrifying. A bone-chilling aura instantly filled the air. In the blink of an eye, it filled a radius of 100 feet and froze everything within 100 feet. The pavilion, stone benches, rocks, grass, trees, and everything else were all frozen. Even Xiaoyang was covered by a thick layer of ice. He stood in front of them like an ice sculpture. This was the terrifying aspect of the icebound world. As Xiaoyang was temporarily restrained, the other black-robed figure did not hold back. After roaring, he unleashed a wild goose movement technique. He condensed a 100-foot wild goose and instantly attacked Xiaoyang. Based on their martial skills and teamwork, it was obvious that they were using a joint martial skill. Furthermore, they must have practiced it for many years. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so proficient and coordinated. If it was an ordinary 5th-level martial ancestor, it would be difficult for him to escape their attack. However, this person was Xiaoyang. Naturally, the situation was not ordinary. Xiaoyang was almost invincible among those in the same realm as him, and all of his martial skills were extraordinary. Even though his body had been frozen by their surprise attack, he could still use his divine consciousness. He directly used his divine consciousness to unleash the traceless dream mental attack. This divine consciousness condensed into the shape of a needle and pierced into their sea of consciousness with incomparable sharpness. Ah! 2 blood-curdling screams came from the 2 black-robed figures. They were also very surprised. They did not expect Xiaoyang to be able to launch a counterattack in such a situation. They had thought that this was a matter of course and did not expect that something unexpected would happen. As their sea of consciousness was hit and as they screamed, their cultivation fluctuations were obviously disrupted. Taking advantage of the moment when they relaxed, Xiaoyang frantically circulated his cultivation. In an instant, the layer of ice on his body collapsed. Following a sweep of his divine consciousness, the wild goose that swooped down instantly collapsed. 2 little thieves! How dare you openly come to the sect master's peak to assassinate me? Do you think I'm made of mud? Even if I was made of mud, I would still be angry. After he snorted coldly, he immediately took out the ash wolf sword and unleashed a swift and fierce sword technique to kill the 2 black-robed figures. The ash wolf sword spirit automatically condensed. After a wolf howl, it ferociously attacked the 2 black-robed figures. After the 2 black-robed figures regained their senses, they frantically exchanged blows with Xiaoyang. In just a few breaths' time, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. However, not only did they not manage to escape, they were also forced into a desperate situation. They were in a disadvantageous position and had even been hit by Xiaoyang's attack. Their injuries were severe, but they were still holding on and were not about to lose their lives. Chapter 471. Let's go! The 2 black-robed men did not hesitate at all. They knew that they could not defeat Xiaoyang. Without another word, they immediately turned around and left, lest they lose their lives there. Since they were able to assassinate Xiaoyang, they were naturally not fools. You want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. My place is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Xiaoyang laughed coldly. Seeing that they were about to leave, he immediately unleashed the poison dragon claw. The power of this martial skill was rather impressive. A poison dragon with lofty dragon horns condensed in the void. After the dragon roared, the poison dragon instantly swooped down on them and launched a fierce attack on them. Break! The 2 black-robed men, who had not run far, sensed the attack behind them and could not help but stop. They controlled their flying swords and slashed at the poison dragon that was chasing after them. Under the slash of the 2 sharp flying swords, the poison dragon's shadow instantly collapsed. After all, The other party's cultivation was very profound and had reached the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. However, Xiaoyang did not expect that the poison dragon claw would be able to keep them here. He only wanted to delay them. Teleportation technique. Xiaoyang immediately formed a seal with both hands, and his cultivation exploded. A majestic teleportation power and a mysterious law appeared out of thin air and instantly took effect on the two black-robed men. The two black-robed men, who were about to use their flying Dharma treasures to escape, instantly returned to the pavilion. In the face of this sudden change, they were at a loss and were at a loss. What kind of technique did Xiaoyang use? They had never seen or heard of it before. However, after sensing Xiaoyang's strong murderous intent, they immediately came back to their senses. Like cornered dogs jumping over a wall, they frantically launched a counterattack. Since they could not leave, they could only fight to the death. Otherwise, they could very well fall here. They did not want to die. Almighties who were able to cultivate to the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm were all experienced fighters. If they could live, they naturally did not want to die. Xiaoyang had no choice but to engage in close combat with them again. At the same time, he secretly took out the heaven and earth mirror, just in case. This heaven and earth mirror was no longer the first heaven and earth mirror he used. This heaven and earth mirror was of a higher level, and its power had also been doubled. Xiaoyang, someone wants to kill you. We're just following orders. Why don't you let us go? We won't trouble you in the future. The two men in black knew that Xiaoyang still had many tricks up his sleeve. They also had some life-saving tricks up their sleeves. It was just that they didn't want to use them unless they were in a life-or-death situation. Xiaoyang laughed coldly. Every move he executed was fiercer and fiercer than the last, and every move of his fist technique was fiercer and fiercer than the last. His imposing aura was shocking, and he seemed as if Xiangyu was alive, overbearing and extraordinary as he fiercely suppressed the two black, clothed figures. Tell me, who is the person behind you? Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Xiaoyang said coldly. He didn't think of himself as a savior or a saint. Since someone wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't talk about forgiveness and tolerance. If he could kill, he would definitely kill them. Otherwise, would he let them send more people to kill him? He wasn't stupid. Xiaoyang, don't go too far. You also know that there are rules in our line of work. Once you tell us who's behind you, we're finished. The two men in black spoke in a difficult manner. It's fine if you don't want to tell us. Then die. Xiaoyang's face darkened. He didn't want to blindly argue with them. No matter who they were, if they dared to kill him, then they should be prepared to be killed. Dark thunder. He flipped his right hand and instantly took out the dark thunder that Elder Lei had given him. The moment the dark thunder appeared, Xiaoyang activated it. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the air, and there was even a shocking power of thunder circulating within it. Boom! A huge explosion reverberated, followed by a terrifying shockwave that swept out. At this moment, it was as if the earth and sky were illuminated. It was the light of thunder. The two men in black were also incomparably miserable. After a blood-curdling scream, they opened their mouths and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were struck by the exploding dark thunder, and countless wounds appeared on their bodies. They were covered in scars and dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Their cultivation aura was even more unstable. Obviously, they had also suffered serious internal injuries. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Otherwise, I'll leave your lives here. I won't be courteous. Xiaoyang's face was cold as he stared at the two men in black expressionlessly. Facing his enemies, Xiaoyang wouldn't accompany them with a smile. Apart from speaking, there would only be death between them. The two men in black forcefully endured the injuries and pain on their bodies. They glanced at Xiaoyang and shouted, "Xiaoyang, everyone has the right to kill you. We won't betray our employer. Do it." Xiaoyang frowned. He was even more displeased in his heart. Mother Cur. Why should I have the right to kill you? I killed your entire family and stole your wife. This made Xiaoyang very unhappy. Cur. Cur. Xiaoyang didn't even think about it. After approaching them, he raised his leg and directly kicked them away. Then, he slammed his palm on their chests, instantly breaking their meridians and crippling their cultivation. Tell me, why should I have the right to kill you? You're an assassin, and you still think you're in the right? Xiaoyang fiercely opened his mouth. His face was somewhat distorted and ferocious. These two bastards were deliberately trying to make him unhappy. If you want to kill, then kill. If you want to kill, then kill. But what right do you have to criticize others based on morality? This was what Xiaoyang couldn't stand the most. Although he had killed a lot of people, he still thought that he had a clear conscience. How could he bear the criticism of others? Xiaoyang, don't you know what you've done? Although the two men in black had their cultivation crippled and were trampled to the ground by Xiaoyang, and although they were bleeding from their 7 orifices and were on the verge of death, they still stubbornly looked at Xiaoyang. It was as if they had no regrets, even if they died. This made Xiaoyang the most unbearable. You two damn things, why don't you hurry up and make it clear? Xiaoyang stared at them with a dark face. He put his index and middle fingers together, turning them into sword fingers. He circulated his cultivation and slashed in the air. A sharp sword light appeared out of thin air and instantly cut off their arms. These two people's words were really too infuriating. Xiaoyang had done a lot of things. How could he remember everything clearly? Moreover, everything he did was natural and natural. The two men in black had their arms chopped off. They couldn't help but scream in pain. Their faces instantly turned pale, and they became even weaker. You'll die a horrible death. Xiaoyang, I curse you to go to hell. Chapter 472. Xiaoyang, you've lost your mind and killed so many people. Now you want to silence us? The two black-robed men continued to accuse Xiaoyang. They weren't afraid, even if they were about to die. Xiaoyang's expression darkened even more as his anger soared. He snorted. This old man killed people who deserved to be killed. What right do you have to criticize me? Bullshit. Xiaoyang, even if you kill us, we'll still say it. What crimes did Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and Chang Sanshan commit? Why did you have to kill them on the way here? They've already been chased out of the poison sect, so why can't you let them go? If you're not narrow-minded, then what is? If you didn't kill them, would they have died? The two black-robed men questioned Xiaoyang again and again, their auras soaring. Even if they weren't Xiaoyang's match, they believed they stood on the moral high ground and could criticize Xiaoyang for no reason. They could interrogate Xiaoyang about his conscience and so-called justice. What? Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and Chang Sanshan were killed? When did this happen? When Xiaoyang heard the news, his face was filled with astonishment, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although these people had a grudge against Xiaoyang and he'd once wanted to kill them, Xiaoyang and the poison sect's 2nd and 3rd elders had intervened. So Xiaoyang had spared them and allowed them to leave the poison sect. But he never imagined that they'd be killed. So what if they were killed? They were just a bunch of tyrannical, hedonistic sons who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They'd be a scourge if they stayed in this world. Who knew how many people would be harmed by them? But they couldn't pin the blame on Xiaoyang, could they? Besides, Xiaoyang wouldn't go so far down the mountain to hunt them down. You're saying that Zhou Shanlin, Chang Sanshan, and the others are dead? Not a single one was left? Xiaoyang asked in surprise, his face full of disbelief. After all, there were over 20 of them, and practically all of them were outstanding disciples from Zhou cities, Zhou clan, and Zhongsun city. Once they lost this group of disciples who could barely be considered outstanding, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced, and it would even be difficult to find a suitable successor in the future. Xiaoyang, stop pretending. You've already killed him, and you're still pretending to be innocent. Do you think we're idiots? The two black-clothed men shouted indignantly. They thought that Xiaoyang was the murderer, and only Xiaoyang was the most likely to make a move. Clap, clap. Xiaoyang gave them 2 slaps with a flip of his hand. His face turned cold again. However, he was not in a hurry to kill them. He had to let them know the truth before killing them, so as to avoid being misunderstood for no reason. Dong, dong, dong. The resounding sound of the sex bell rang. This was the assembly bell that would only be rung in an emergency. Xiaoyang didn't know what was going on, but as a poison sect disciple, he still unleashed his cultivation and headed to the plaza. After some thought, he took the 2 black-clothed men with him. There were already hundreds of poison sect disciples gathered in the plaza, and many more were still on their way. The person standing on the presiding platform was the head elder. He was expressionless as he swept his dignified gaze over the crowd. Everyone, let's cut to the chase. Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and Zhongsun Shan were all killed on their way back. Whoosh! When the poison sect disciples heard the news, they all burst into an uproar. Shock was written all over their faces, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Heavens! Just which lunatic would do such a vicious thing? Those were over 20 lives. On the high platform, the 3rd and 2nd elders also had gloomy expressions. Killing intent flowed from their eyes, and they were from the Zhongsun and Zhou clans respectively. Now that Zhongsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others had been killed, it was a slap to their faces. Many people secretly glanced at Xiaoyang. In their eyes, Xiaoyang was very suspicious. They all knew that Xiaoyang had many conflicts with them. Xiaoyang also had the strength to kill them, so his motive was obvious. It couldn't be Xiaoyang, could it? Many people secretly discussed this. Once there was a start, it would spread far and wide. More and more people began to suspect Xiaoyang, and even speculate about the purpose of this assembly. Look, Xiaoyang is still holding 2 people. Those 2 are really miserable. They're almost at their last gasp. The sharp-eyed people immediately saw Xiaoyang and the 2 black-clothed people controlled by Xiaoyang. As everyone's discussions and gazes gathered, Xiaoyang suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Even the 3 elders of the sect looked at him. Quiet. The 1st elder released the terrifying pressure of a 9th-level martial ancestor. Everyone immediately quieted down. No one dared to speak, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on them. At this moment, the 1st elder coldly asked Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, who are the people in your hands? How did they get injured?" Although people with discerning eyes could see that the 2 black-clothed people were injured by Xiaoyang, they did not see it with their own eyes, so they could not directly convict him. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, cupped his fists, bowed, and said calmly, "First elder, I don't know the identity of these 2 people. They swore to die and not say anything. They came to kill me, so I seriously injured them." He adopted an attitude that was neither servile nor overbearing. He had nothing to fear. His actions were righteous, and he sat upright. Something like that happened. The 1st elder couldn't help but frown. If the truth was, as Xiaoyang said, then the 2 black-clothed people deserved it. With a wave of his hand, the 1st elder's terrifying cultivation base exploded, and the 2 black-clothed people were immediately lifted onto the high stage. When the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder saw these 2 people, their expressions couldn't help but change. This was because they recognized that these 2 people were from their clan. However, why were the 2 of them here? And they want to kill Xiaoyang? That's too unreasonable. Why are you 2 here? After the 3rd elder and the 2nd elder recovered from their surprise, they immediately shouted. The 1st elder didn't even have time to ask. Based on their words, it seems that they know each other. The 1st elder, Xiaoyang, and many other poison sect disciples couldn't help but look at the high stage. They stared at the 2nd and 3rd elders in confusion and curiosity. What, you know each other? What's going on here? The first elder frowned and looked at the two elders in confusion. The second elder sighed, then explained, "First elder, this person is a member of our Zhongsun clan, but I don't understand why he's here and wants to kill Xiaoyang." After explaining, he looked at one of the black-clothed men and said coldly, "Now that I'm asking you something, you'd better answer honestly. Otherwise, I won't wait for others to kill you. I'll deal with all of you first. Speak, tell me your purpose." Chapter 473. Third elder glared at one of the black-robed men with an unfriendly expression. The two black-robed men naturally didn't dare to disobey. They knew that the poison sect's second and third elders were the true pillars of the clan, powerful existences who kept their word. Reporting to the elders, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, Chang Sunshan, and more than 20 others were killed on their way back. "We suspect that Xiaoyang was the culprit, so we've come to demand justice." Their meaning was clear. They only suspected him. Just because they suspected him, they decided to kill Xiaoyang so decisively. That was too arbitrary. Second elder and third elder's expressions turned ugly. They snorted, "You asked for it. Serves you right." They were furious. They didn't even have evidence and hadn't even figured out the truth. Killing someone like that would be a light punishment. You can listen to Xiaoyang's punishment after this. "Humph," the two elders snorted. With a wave of their hands, their cultivation-based power erupted and swept the two of them off the stage. First elder slowly explained, "Everyone, the reason why we've gathered everyone here today is because of the deaths of Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. When we received the information, it was this morning. In order to confirm the information, we spent quite a bit of time. Now the truth is out. Zhou Shanlin, Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, and more than 20 others were killed half a year ago. The culprit was Yao Ruomo, who extracted their lives and souls to raise his cultivation base. So we've discussed it. This time we'll form an evil extermination team and go down the mountain to search for evil cultivators. Once there's news, let us know and we'll wipe out the evil cultivator alliance together." As soon as these words came out, everyone felt relieved. So Zhou Shanlin, Chang Sunshan, and the others were killed by Yao Ruomo of the evil cultivator alliance. Then didn't that mean they'd misunderstood Xiaoyang? Did they owe Xiaoyang an apology? Yes, before the truth was revealed, they all thought that it was Xiaoyang who did it. They even labeled Xiaoyang as a vicious and murderous person. With the great elder's explanation and suggestion, they completely cleared Xiaoyang's name. The two men in black, standing not far away, were the most shocked and ashamed. These two men in black came from the Zhou clan and the Zhongsun clan, respectively. When they heard that their clan's disciple had been killed, they were filled with righteous indignation and joined hands to take revenge on Xiaoyang. They were well aware of the poison sect's situation. However, he never thought that the situation would take a turn for the worse. As it turned out, all of this was the doing of Yao Ruomo from the evil cultivator alliance. Didn't that mean that he had wrongly accused Xiaoyang before? He even misunderstood Xiaoyang and even wanted to kill Xiaoyang? The two men in black felt ashamed and self-reproach was written all over their faces. They lowered their heads and didn't even dare to look at Xiaoyang. They were too ashamed. They owed Xiaoyang an apology, but they didn't even have the courage to face Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang ignored them. He couldn't be bothered with them. Even if he killed this kind of arbitrary and muddle-headed trash, Xiaoyang would only dirty his hands. Standing on the high platform, the great elder swept his gaze over the crowd and slowly said, "Now, everyone listen to my orders. Anyone whose name is called by me must join the team of exterminators. Of course, the sect won't let you sacrifice yourselves for nothing. You can also make a request of the sect. As long as it's not too demanding, the sect will do its best to help you." Whoosh! Everyone was shocked once again. Their hearts were filled with excitement and joy, and they all hoped that they could join the team. After all, anyone who joined the team could make a request of the sect. This was very rare. Many of them were itching to join in, their eyes filled with desire and anticipation. Xiao Yang. The great elder was the first to call out his name. Disciple is here. Xiao Yang cupped his fists and replied. However, he was laughing bitterly in his heart, thinking, what's going on? It's rare that Yao Ruoma killed Zhou Shanlin and the others and did what I wanted to do. Now I have to go kill Yao Ruoma. Of course, this was just a thought. It was purely self-deprecating and ridiculing. Everyone in the Evil Cultivator Alliance had the right to kill the evil cultivators. This was the idea that was instilled in them since they were young. Xiao Yang blinked and waited quietly. At the same time, he was thinking about what request he should make of the sect. This request couldn't be too excessive. Of course, it couldn't be too disadvantageous for him either. It had to be something that the sect could fulfill. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan. The great elder continued to call out names. Disciple is here. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan hurriedly stood out and cupped their fists. Their delicate faces were filled with joy and excitement. They knew that this time they could move together with Xiao Yang again. Ever since they followed Xiao Yang into the poisonous insect valley, one of the 10 great secret realms of the sect, their cultivation had increased by a level. When they returned, the great elder was shocked. He wasn't stingy with his praise for the 2 girls. This made the 2 girls feel extremely satisfied. In the end, they told the great elder about Xiao Yang's help. As a result, the great elder was even more pleased with Xiao Yang. Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Bu Tianling, Lu Quan, Fang Yuhan. The great elder called out many names in succession. There were more than 10 people in total. Disciple is here. Disciple is here. One after another, they stood out and stood side by side with Xiao Yang. Most of them knew Xiao Yang. They even knew about Xiao Yang's abilities. This time, being able to team up with Xiao Yang made them extremely happy. They couldn't wait to carry out the mission. The great elder was very satisfied with their performance. He said loudly, "Listen up, you are the vanguard team. You are only responsible for finding traces of evil cultivators. Once you find them, immediately report to the sect. The sect will naturally send experts to kill them. Your vanguard team has a heavy responsibility. You will be working on the front line. Be careful and come back alive. If you encounter any danger that you can't deal with, immediately retreat. Don't be greedy and don't linger in battle." The Evil Cultivator Alliance was a terrifying alliance. There were many experts on their side. What they revealed now was only the tip of the iceberg. Relying on a vanguard team of more than 10 people was not enough to shake the Evil Cultivator Alliance. Therefore, they only needed to scout and pass on information. There was no need for them to personally go into battle. Disciple understands. They shouted one by one with a serious expression. And very good. I didn't misjudge you. The great elder finally revealed a trace of a smile. His eyes were filled with gratification. He continued, "All right, you all pack up and gather at the Pine Hall. Then you can set off." Everyone left. Everyone left one after another. "Cousin, Brother Xiaoyang, we can team up again." Chapter 474. The 2 girls happily walked up and approached Xiaoyang, expressing their joy. Chun Jifu, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and the others also gathered around, looking at Xiaoyang with sparkling eyes. This was the first time they'd seen each other after joining the poison sect for nearly a year. "Are you all doing well?" Xiaoyang was also a bit emotional. After not seeing them for so long, their cultivation bases had improved. "Boss, we're doing pretty well. How about you?" "Boss, we can finally team up again, haha." Chen Jifu, Li Qinghe, and Gu Shanqing all laughed. Xiaoyang was also very happy. He rubbed his nose and slowly said, "All right, go pack your things. We'll meet at Pine Hall." "Yes," they answered in unison. Although they hadn't chosen a captain yet, they all treated Xiaoyang as their leader. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After they left, Han Hua, Lu Quan, and Bu Tianling also came up. Bu Tianling's expression was a bit complicated. The Sky Wave Alliance, he founded in the poison sect, was destroyed by Xiaoyang. He should have hated Xiaoyang, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Perhaps he was also disappointed in the Sky Wave Alliance. Later on, Xiaoyang saved his life in Poison Insect Valley. No matter what, they were no longer enemies. Han Hua and Lu Quan also had complicated feelings. Ever since they left Poison Insect Valley, they secretly thought that they'd never see Xiaoyang again. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to get along with him. But they didn't expect the heavens to play tricks on them and run into him again. They were both outstanding geniuses, but they made a fool of themselves in their pursuit of Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian. Back in Poison Insect Valley, it was Xiaoyang who saved them that allowed them to leave. Thinking about what happened before, they felt ashamed and didn't have the face to see anyone. Senior brother Xiaoyang, you have the final say. They were too lazy to think about it and directly expressed their stance. Xiaoyang nodded and said a few words, then watched them leave. After everyone left, Xiaoyang muttered to himself, I should also make some preparations. At the very least, I have to see Master and say goodbye. With that thought in mind, Xiaoyang executed his movement technique and quickly returned to the Sect Master's peak. However, the Sect Master's peak was still empty. Xiaoyang could not help but feel a little regretful that he did not see the Sect Master. Ever since the Sect Master gave him the opportunity to enter the secret territory, he had already stepped into a higher realm. He should have given the Sect Master a surprise, but it seemed that it was a pity. Now he had to go down the mountain again, and he didn't know when he would be back. Xiaoyang packed up and headed to the Pine Tree Hall. There were already many people gathered at the entrance of the hall. When they saw Xiaoyang arrive, they all greeted Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang also greeted them. After everyone was present, they set off. Cousin, where are we going first? Lan Jiaoye asked happily. They were very eager and excited to go down the mountain, like birds out of a cage. Xiaoyang glanced at everyone and slowly said, according to the information, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, Zhang Senshan, and the others were killed on Baiju Road. Let's go to Baiju Road first and see if there are any traces or clues left behind. No one had any objections, because they didn't have any better information or methods. It was like crossing the river by feeling the stones. They could only take one step at a time. Xiaoyang took out the airship. The airship was originally the size of a palm, but with the infusion of his cultivation, it instantly grew to 20 feet in size and floated in the air. The moment they saw the airship, everyone's eyes lit up and they were faintly excited. Why walk when you can fly? Xiaoyang was the first to fly up and invited them. Come on up. This airship is a mystic-level magic treasure. It is supported by the sect and has enough spirit stones. Everyone laughed joyfully as they unleashed their cultivation and jumped onto the flying ship that was 20 feet in size. Under Xiaoyang's control, the airship slowly took off and moved forward. Everyone took a seat on the airship and sat cross-legged. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian could not sit still. Soon, they approached Xiaoyang, who was standing on the bow of the ship, and approached Xiaoyang. Cousin, will there be any danger this time? Lan Jiaoye looked at the blue sky and white clouds and reached out to touch the white clouds next to her. Gu Qianqian also enjoyed the pleasure of flying with Xiaoyang. The weather was bright and the wind was blowing. It was very comfortable. Don't worry, it will be fine. We will not directly participate in the battle. After everything is done, you will be allowed to go home. Xiaoyang smiled and said, in fact, he missed Marshall City and Donglin Town. He had been out for too long and did not know how they were doing. Really? That's great, oh yeah. Lan Jiaoye kissed Xiaoyang on the cheek to express her excitement. Their conversation was overheard by Fang Yuhan, Lu Quan, Bu Tianling, Gu Shanha, Li Qinghe, and Qin Jifu. They all revealed excited expressions. Ever since they entered the poison sect, they rarely had the chance to leave the mountain. When they did, they would cultivate for a long time or go on missions. If they could go home, they would be very happy and look forward to it. After hearing about this kind of treatment, their impression of Xiaoyang became even better. The middle section of Baiju Road. At this moment, there were very few people. There were only grass, stones, and trees on both sides of the road. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. One had to say that the scenery here was not bad. The mountains and rivers were clear, and the sky was blue. It was no wonder that Changsun Shan, Zhou Shankai, and the others could enjoy such beautiful scenery on their way back. They could die without regrets. In the silent atmosphere, a flying ship that was 20 feet in size descended. It was Xiaoyang and his group. This flying ship was surrounded by a golden light, and there was even spirit chi inside the ship. If someone saw this, they would definitely be very surprised and praise. You guys stay behind to guard the flying ship. Those who want to come down can follow. It has been more than half a year since Changsun Shan and the others were killed. I don't know if we can still find any clues. Xiaoyang jumped down from the bow of the ship and landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, several figures descended one after another. They were Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, Li Qinghe, and Qin Jifu. Only Fang Yuhan, Lu Quan, and Bu Tianling stayed behind to guard the flying ship. After landing on the ground, Xiaoyang scanned the surroundings and murmured, "Their corpses should have been taken away. Even the road has been cleared." They spread out and checked the situation in all directions. After searching for a while, they did not find anything special. They couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Chapter 475. Boss, we didn't find anything. Qin Jifu returned to Xiaoyang's side and reported. Gu Shanhe and Li Qinghe also came over to report. Xiaoyang said slowly, "We didn't have much hope in the first place. It's normal that we didn't find anything. Step aside. I'll use the time reflection technique to see." When everyone heard that Xiaoyang was going to use a technique, they were all surprised. Then they dispersed and looked at Xiaoyang expectantly. In fact, Xiaoyang wasn't very confident. However, he could only treat this as a last resort. It would be best if they found something, but it would be normal if they didn't. He formed a seal with both hands and released his cultivation. A very obvious fluctuation spread out and covered a radius of 100 feet. Then, a mirror-sized light screen appeared in front of them. Some images slowly condensed on the light screen. However, the images that appeared at first were from a few days ago. Even further back, they were from more than a month ago. It was far from the scene of Changsun Shan and the others being killed half a year ago. Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. When he used the time reflection technique at Zhongzhuan Mountain, he was at the 4th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, it was reasonable to say that he should be able to see things even further back. After thinking about it, Xiaoyang made up his mind and madly circulated his cultivation again. He didn't hesitate to consume a large portion of his cultivation to see the past scenes. As Xiaoyang fought with his life on the line, the light screen he condensed became even more solid. It even released a resplendent light. The scene of Changsun Shan and the others being killed by Yao Ruoma half a year ago finally appeared on the light screen. When Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, Li Qinghe, and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill and fear. That Yao Ruoma was too powerful and too cruel. He killed more than 20 people in an instant and even extracted their souls to cultivate. Just thinking about it was horrifying. When Han Lu Quan, Bu Tianlang, and the others on the flying ship sensed the situation below, they all poked their heads out and looked down curiously. When they saw Xiaoyang use the time reflection technique, they were all shocked. Shock was written all over their faces, and they even gasped. Hiss! This Xiaoyang was too awesome. He even had such a method. It was too unbelievable. On the screen of light, they also saw the scene of Yao Ruoma killing people half a year ago. Once again, they could not help but feel shocked and terrified. This Yao Ruoma was truly terrified. Although they were geniuses, they rarely saw evil cultivators. They had never even fought with evil cultivators before, so they were all affected when they saw how terrifying evil cultivators were. On the other hand, Xiaoyang and the others were already used to such occurrences because they had experienced those strange occurrences in Chaos City. Looking at his masterpiece, Xiaoyang's heart was also filled with excitement and joy. It seemed like there was still hope. If they couldn't find any clues here, it would be much more difficult to go to other places to find clues. Condensed trace. Xiaoyang once again erupted with his cultivation. In order to trace back to half a year ago, he had consumed almost 90% of his cultivation. However, the effect was also very obvious. In the image, Yao Ruoma could be seen walking away on foot after absorbing everyone's souls. It was unclear where he was heading to. "I want to see where you're going," Xiaoyang said viciously. The veins on his forehead were popping out. He had consumed too much energy using this martial technique. He was only holding on with his willpower. Under his time reversal technique, he could see Yao Ruomo walking on foot. He walked past one city after another, went through one mountain after another, and finally stopped at Dashio Mountain. PFFF! After holding on until here, Xiaoyang could no longer hold on. He couldn't help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale, and his body became weak. He was mentally exhausted. "Cousin, big brother Xiaoyang, are you all right?" Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were worried. Gu Shanha, Chen Jifu, and the others also came over one after another, looking at Xiaoyang with concern. They could imagine that Xiaoyang must have paid a heavy price to track down Yao Ruomo's whereabouts. This made Han Shuo, Lu Quan, and Bu Tianling, who were on the flying ship, feel moved and shocked. They admired Xiaoyang to the extreme. Xiaoyang took deep breaths and barely woke up. He slowly said, "I'm fine. I just consumed a lot of energy. I'll be fine after some rest. Now, let's go to Dashio Mountain." He sat cross-legged on the ground for a while, slowly recovering his cultivation. After recovering a little, his complexion also recovered a little. He then unleashed his cultivation, flew onto the flying ship and said, "Let's go." Destination, Dashio Mountain. They were 3 days away from Dashio Mountain. Xiaoyang took advantage of this time to recover. Everyone was cultivating in silence. After flying for 3 days, they could finally see Dashio Mountain. "Look, cousin, Dashio Mountain is just ahead." Lan Jiaoye's voice was heard. Everyone's spirits were lifted. "Big brother Xiaoyang, should we sneak in and take the opportunity to take care of Yao Ruomo?" Gu Qianshan looked at Xiaoyang expectantly. Han Shuo, Bu Tianling, Lu Quan, and Gu Shanha also revealed a look of hope. Finding the evil cultivator was the first merit. If they could kill the evil cultivator, then it would be the second merit. As for the merit, they naturally didn't mind getting more. Everyone's eyes were shining as they looked at Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would allow it. Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of death, but as the leader, he had to consider their safety. His face darkened, and he slowly said, "Have you all forgotten Grand Elder's instructions? Don't be greedy for merit. We are the vanguard, so we must have the awareness of a vanguard. We are only responsible for finding and passing on information." Everyone's fiery hearts gradually calmed down. They almost ruined it because of a moment of impulse and hot-bloodedness. Don't be discouraged. In the future, there will be many places where you will need to fight. This is just the beginning. Xiaoyang comforted them so that they wouldn't lose their will to fight. Everyone once again regained their confidence. Xiaoyang looked at them with satisfaction and slowly said, "Now everyone listen to my arrangements. Because we can't be sure if Yao Ruomo is inside, and we don't know if there's a trap. I have to go in and figure out the situation first. I can bring 1 or 2 people with me. The rest of you, stay hidden and don't expose yourselves. If anything happens to us, immediately notify the people from the sect." After hearing Xiaoyang's words, everyone's heart sank. They also understood the logic behind such an arrangement. If everyone went in together, it was very likely that they would be noticed by the enemy, and it was also very likely that they would catch nothing. Therefore, only 1 or 2 people going in to confirm the information was the wisest choice. "Cousin, I'll go in with you." Lan Jiaoye immediately volunteered. Gu Qianshan also volunteered and said, "Me too, me too. I want to go too." Chapter 476. Seeing that the 2 women were so brave, everyone's blood was stirred up, and they all expressed their desire to follow Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang only glanced at Butianlang and calmly said, "There is no need for so many people. Butianlang, come with me. You will be responsible for taking care of them. As for the rest of you, remember not to expose yourselves, and don't rashly rush into the Dashio mountain." Based on Xiaoyang's deduction and conjecture, he believed that Yao Ruoma, who had killed Zhang Sanshan, Zhou Shankai and the others, was at least at the 6th level of martial ancestor realm. Even Xiaoyang himself did not have absolute confidence in escaping. "Let's go!" Xiaoyang called out to Butianlang, and then the 2 jumped off the airship and slowly groped their way in. The Dashio mountain was covered in lush trees, and the taller ones were more than 10 feet tall. There were countless types of vegetation and ferocious beasts coming and going. There were also abysses and cliffs on the side, which made it very dangerous. However, Xiaoyang noticed that the spirit qi on the Dashio mountain was much denser than the surrounding mountains, perhaps because of the terrain. The possibility of Yao Ruomo hiding here was also much higher. Be careful, he might have set up traps and formations. Xiaoyang reminded in a low voice. Xiaoyang closed his eyes and released his divine sense. His divine sense immediately covered a radius of 10,000 feet, and so did Butianlang. However, because of the difference in their knowledge and attainments, they saw different things. For example, Butianlang did not find anything unusual, and there was not even the slightest movement. He even frowned and said to Xiaoyang, "There seems to be no one here. Did he leave?" Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was able to see a lot of things through his divine sense. The entire mountain was covered with numerous spell formations. There were illusion formations, formations within formations, defensive formations, offensive formations, and even teleportation formations. Interesting. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. His attainments in formations were not low, and he could see many flaws in the formations at a glance. "What's going on?" Butianlang asked with a frown. He was also very confused. He was at the same cultivation level as Xiaoyang. Furthermore, he had been in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm for a longer time than Xiaoyang and had accumulated more experience. However, Xiaoyang had been able to sense that something was amiss, while he could not. This caused him to grumble to himself, and he felt very unconvinced. Xiaoyang explained softly, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go in and take a look. Once I confirm the situation, I'll come back. Don't worry, I won't take any risks." He intended to go on alone. After all, Butianlang didn't understand the array. Once he touched the array, he would alert the enemy. "Hey, Xiaoyang, what are you saying? Are you looking down on me? We entered the great cultivator mountain together. Why do you have to go in alone and make me stay here alone? If worst comes to worst, we'll fight together, I'll go in with you." Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to directly say it, so as to avoid hurting Butianlang. He could only tactfully say, "You'll be more useful if you stay here. There are too many traps ahead. If we're not careful, even we will die here. The enemy is a 6th level martial ancestor realm evil cultivator who kills without blinking an eye. You can be a bit more flexible." Even though Butianlang was unwilling, he could only listen. He unhappily told Xiaoyang to be careful. Xiaoyang left by himself. Even though there were many formations in the great cultivator mountain, these formations were not difficult for Xiaoyang. Even the poison sect master's formation could not do anything to Xiaoyang, let alone here. Xiaoyang smoothly went through several formations and arrived at the entrance of a cave. This cave was very hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Xiaoyang was careful and didn't dare to use his divine sense to avoid being detected by the enemy. Instead, he took out the bloodthirsty iceworm and said, "Go inside and check the situation. Be careful and stay hidden." The bloodthirsty iceworm was very small and almost transparent. It also had a 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation. Even if it encountered trouble, it could easily escape. Using the bloodthirsty iceworm's vision, Xiaoyang also clearly saw the situation inside the cave. The cave walls were inlaid with night pearls that emitted a soft light. As the bloodthirsty iceworm gradually went deeper, it saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. This person seemed to be meditating, and his body was shrouded in a dense black mist. This black mist was filled with the power of decay. He found it, saw it, and confirmed it. "Get out, bloodthirsty iceworm." Xiaoyang quickly reminded it. The bloodthirsty iceworm naturally didn't dare to move because it also sensed the existence of the terrifying figure. It immediately retreated silently. After Xiaoyang received the bloodthirsty iceworm outside the cave, he immediately retreated and came to Butianlong's location. "What's the situation?" Butianlang asked. Xiaoyang slowly explained. "It's confirmed. Let's go. Let's leave the great cultivator's mountain first." Butianlong's eyes immediately revealed excitement and joy. This time, he had finally gained something without wasting any effort on this trip. Outside the great cultivator's mountain, Lan Jiaya, Gu Chanchan, and the others were waiting. When they saw Xiaoyang and Bu Tianling come out, their tightly knitted brows relaxed and their worries were put down. "How is it? Have you confirmed the situation?" Lan Jiaya, Gu Chanchan, and the others curiously asked with anticipation. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "It's confirmed. Yao Ruomo is in the great cultivator's mountain. Go, send a message, and ask the sect to send an expert over." Everyone was excited and overjoyed. Lan Jiaya and Gu Chanchan hurriedly took out their transmission jade slips and recorded the situation here, then sent it back to the sect. Poison Sect's Pine Hall. The upper echelons were having their regular meeting again. Head Elder asked, "How is it? How many days has it been since the vanguard left? Is there any news?" Pavilion Lord Fo calmly said, "Head Elder, they've been gone for 4 days. There's no news yet. This matter can't be rushed. Let's wait a little longer." The great elder comforted everyone. It was at this moment that a transmission jade slip flew into the pine tree's main hall. It slowly began to burn in front of everyone. As it did, a line of text appeared on its surface. "Mount Grand Cultivator. Demon Valmo, come quickly. Look, the vanguard sent news. They found Yao Rua Mo's location." Everyone present was a little excited. Head Elder's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he affirmed, I saw it too. They've worked hard to find traces of Yao Rua Mo in such a short time. Good. Who's willing to fight next?" Head Elder's gaze swept across the various pavilion lords and elders. Pavilion Lord Jianga, Pavilion Lord Lei, and Pavilion Lord Fo stepped forward and stood side by side in the middle of the hall. They loudly said, "We're willing to fight." "Good. You 3 quickly go and bring Yao Ruomo's head." Chapter 477. The First Elder Instructed. The 3 pavilion elders walked out of the pine hall. Using the transmission formation and the flying ship, they arrived at the Dashio Mountain in less than half a day. Brother Xiaoyang. When the 3 pavilion elders arrived at the Dashio Mountain, they saw the vanguard waiting there. They greeted Xiaoyang and the others. "Pavilion Elder Lei, Pavilion Elder Jianga, and Pavilion Elder Fo, you're here." Xiaoyang didn't expect the sect to send 3 experts of the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. It was enough to deal with a 6th level martial arts Grandmaster. "Let's cut to the chase. I'll take you up the mountain." Xiaoyang volunteered. The 3 pavilion elders smiled with certainty in their eyes. They didn't have any objections. Others didn't know Xiaoyang's means, but they did. Bu Tianling, Feng Zhouhan, and Lu Quan asked, "Do you need our help?" They were all 4th or 5th level martial arts grandmasters. Although they couldn't be compared with 6th level martial arts grandmasters, they could still cause some trouble. Pavilion Elder Lei refused. "No, Brother Xiaoyang will lead the way. Leave the rest to us. You'd better watch out in case other demon Ruoamo comes." Hearing this, their expressions became a little more serious. It was already difficult to deal with demon Ruoamo, not to mention other reinforcements. They couldn't underestimate them. "Yes, don't worry." Bu Tianlang, Zhu Yuhan, Gu Shanha, Qin Jifu, and the others responded. Then they scattered one after another and ran to a faraway place. If there were other demons coming, they would be the first to notice and send out a signal to alert them. "Let's go, Brother Xiaoyang." The 3 pavilion elders glanced at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded and led the way. Because he had explored the way before, he was familiar with the way this time. He soon led them to the entrance of the cave. Xiaoyang whispered, "He's in the cave, but we don't know if there are any traps in the cave. If we go in rashly, we might be in danger. But if we want to lure him out, we can't achieve the effect of a sneak attack." The 3 cabinet elders pondered for a moment. Then Cabinet Elder Lei said slowly, "How about this? I'll transform into lightning and go in to check out the situation. You guys stay here. If the situation doesn't seem right, I'll retreat and join forces with you. How about that?" The Sword Pavilion's elder did not lose out to men and said softly, "Let me go in. I'm one with the sword, so he can't do anything to me." Elder Fo also fought for a bit. In the end, Elder Lei went in alone while the rest of them waited outside. For safety's sake, the moment Elder Lei stepped into the cave, he immediately used a martial skill. He turned himself into a bolt of lightning and instantly flew into the cave. His speed was very fast, at the speed of light. In an instant, he arrived at the center of the cave. He also noticed Yao Roma, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Without another word, he immediately pierced through Yao Ruoma's body. If Yao Ruoma was pierced through by his lightning, he would definitely be severely injured. However, just as Elder Lei was about to hit Yao Ruoma seemed to have sensed danger and immediately woke up. "Who's there? How dare you come here to die?" Relying on his instincts, he took out a few defensive Dharma treasures and firmly defended himself. His body was quickly enveloped in layers of defensive light that were about 10 feet thick. Knowing that there was no time to lose, Cabinet Elder Lei snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he turned into a bolt of lightning and increased his strength, rapidly piercing through. A huge hole was instantly pierced through the 10-foot-thick defensive light screen, frightening Yao Roma so much that he turned pale with fright. He couldn't help but use his movement technique, dodging and retreating repeatedly. At the same time, he swiftly flew out of the abode of immortals. "Damn it, it's actually the poison sex people." Yao Roma cursed and immediately walked out of the cave. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and snorted coldly. "Humph! How dare you barge into my cave? I'll make you wish you were dead. Enjoy yourself here." As his words fell, his figure instantly walked out of the cave. As he finished forming the seal, a huge light barrier suddenly appeared in the cave. That light barrier blocked Cabinet Elder Lei, who was about to chase after him, and directly blocked him in the cave. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound in the cave. Huge stone doors suddenly fell down and completely sealed the cave entrance. Yao Roma, who had already escaped from the cave, looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but smile. He said proudly, "Humph, now you know your mistake for sneaking up on me." However, before he could rejoice for too long, a sharp and ferocious sword light instantly slashed down at him. With a whistling sound, it enveloped him, causing his expression to change greatly. Instinctively, he activated the formation set up on the Dashio mountain. A ray of light enveloped him and instantly teleported him hundreds of feet away. Only then did he manage to avoid the Sword Pavilion Elder's killing blow. Although he was temporarily safe, Yao Ruoma's heart was still palpitating. If he hadn't been prepared on Mount Dashio, he would have died at the hands of the other party. However, he still didn't dare to be too relaxed. He wasn't sure who the other party was. Sure enough, before he could completely stabilize himself, Quozi's Tathagata palm print directly bombarded him. That was the full force attack of a 6th-level martial great realm Buddhist Pavilion Elder. Bang! Yao Ruoma was instantly hit and his entire body flew backwards. He opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and the black fog on his body instantly dimmed. Despicable, shameless. Is this how the poison sect does things? If you have the ability, then come at me openly. Yao Ruomo landed heavily on the ground with a rumbling sound. The ground shook and a huge crater appeared. Countless cracks spread out around the crater. The Sword Pavilion Elder stepped on his flying sword and landed beside Yao Ruoma. He questioned Yao Ruoma with a cold expression. Yao Ruoma, you've killed countless people. Everyone has the right to kill you. Who wants to talk about being open and honorable with you? Do you still remember the people you killed half a year ago? Yao Ruoma was terrified and uneasy. The Buddhist Pavilion Elder also walked over. Buddhist power circulated around his body, and he looked extremely dignified. Yao Ruoma, your cultivation base is completely derived from robbing others of their lives. If I don't kill you, who knows how many more lives will be taken by you? You deserve to die 10,000 times over. The Buddhist Pavilion Elder was equally furious as he berated Yao Ruoma. Yao Ruoma's eyes darted around. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he immediately executed the Yellow Springs technique. He said resentfully, "Fine, fine, fine. Then let's perish together." As he formed a seal with both hands, a blood-red light instantly enveloped his body. In an instant, it spread out to a radius of 100 feet. Within this radius of 100 feet, everything was covered in blood. The Buddhist Pavilion Elder and the Sword Pavilion Elder were covered in the blood-red light. The Yellow Springs' great hall that appeared before them was like hell. It was incomparably terrifying and eerie. Killing moves were hidden everywhere. Chapter 478. In the eyes of Xiaoyang, Butianlang, Feng Wuhan, Lan Jiaya, and Gu Chanchan, the entire Grand Cultivator Mountain seemed to be shrouded in a bloody light. Then this bloody light soared into the sky as if it was shooting out an intense light beam. This light beam was so high that it was unknown how many tens of thousands of li it was. In short, almost everyone in the vicinity could see it. That was especially true of the people who had been sent out to scout the area. When they noticed the situation, they immediately sent out a jade slip to inquire about it. When they learned that the situation was caused by Yao Ruomo, their hearts trembled, and they became even more vigilant of their surroundings to prevent Yao Ruomo from quietly sneaking into their area. On the battlefield, Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown 1,000 zhang away. This Yellow Spring art used by Yao Ruomo was quite frightening. Elder Jian and Elder Lei were already immersed in the fake Yellow Spring, and their cultivation was also rapidly decreasing. As for Elder Lei, he was blocked in the cave and had yet to come out. It was unknown whether he was still alive or not. Xiao Yang blinked and secretly thought, if I don't help, then they will die for sure. Of course, this Yao Ruomo will also die for sure because the Yellow Spring art was a forbidden technique for evil cultivators. It was similar to the self-detonation technique used by ordinary cultivators. Forget it. Xiaoyang made up his mind and took out a talisman from his body. This talisman was very ancient and was given to him by Elder Fu. The talisman had the words Amit Ba engraved on it. Xiaoyang didn't have time to fully comprehend it, so it was no wonder that he was a bit hesitant to use it. One had to know that this talisman contained an astonishing amount of Buddhist energy. If it was used to increase one's cultivation, it was completely feasible. Moreover, it had other uses as well. Of course, in order to save them, he couldn't care about so many things. Yao Ruoamo, you think using the Yellow Spring art will allow you to perish together with others? You are too naive. Xiao Yang coldly smiled with disdain in his eyes as he channeled his cultivation into the talisman. The talisman was immediately activated. A vast and majestic Buddhist energy came crashing down and condensed into a tall and noble Buddha. This Buddha was the supreme light with boundless radiance. It radiated for tens of thousands of miles and directly covered Yao Rua Mo's crimson yellow springs. The Buddha's light and Buddha's power were natural righteousness and light. They were specially used to restrain evil. Therefore, when this ancient Buddha appeared, Yao Rua Mo's underworld art instantly collapsed. Elder Jian and Elder Lei also woke up, but when they woke up, they found that their cultivation was only left with a bit more than 10%. This gave them quite a fright. One had to know that only 3 breaths of time had passed since they were hit by the underworld art. From this, one could see how terrifying this underworld art was. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang decisively using this talisman to help them, they would have died under the underworld art. This Yao Ruoamo was too terrifying. However, Yao Ruoamo wasn't much better off now. After his underworld art was interrupted, it was equivalent to him not being able to successfully self-destruct. All the crimson light instantly shrunk and finally condensed into a point. This point slowly transformed into a human figure. This person was Yao Ruoamo Buddha. Yao Ruoamo's situation wasn't good. The degree of devastation could only be worse, but not the worst. With only 5% of his cultivation left, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw the Buddha. All along, it was others who trembled in front of him. At this moment, he was the one who was trembling. He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the vast and noble Buddha's illusory figure in the air with a terrified expression. He didn't dare to move recklessly. Elder Jian, Elder Lei, what are you waiting for? The power of the talisman is almost gone. Xiao Yang couldn't help but remind the 2 elders. Although the Buddha's appearance was magnificent and intimidating, it was merely the condensation of the power of the talisman. Once the power of the talisman was gone, the Buddha and the Buddha's power would disappear as well. There would be nothing left to restrain Yao Ruoamo. Elder Jian and Elder Lei immediately understood that this was a talisman activated by Xiaoyang. Without hesitation, they instantly launched their killing moves and charged towards Yao Ruoamo. Yao Ruoamo's underworld art was broken and he was severely injured. Coupled with the fact that he was restrained by the rich Buddha's power, his original power was reduced by 50%. Now that the 2 elders had unleashed their full power, Yao Ruoamo couldn't resist at all. In just a breath's time, Yao Ruoamo was covered and penetrated by the Ice Soul Divine Sword and the swastika. His entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist and slowly dissipated into the air. At this point, Yao Ruoamo had fallen. Withdraw. Xiao Yang waved his hand and hurriedly withdrew his cultivation. Then he stretched out his hand and held the activated talisman in his hand again. The Buddha in the sky disappeared, and the Buddha's light also disappeared. Looking at the talisman in his hand, Xiao Yang felt an extreme heartache. Oh my God, it's only been a breath's time, and this talisman is already on the verge of breaking. What a joke. It's going to be extremely difficult to repair this talisman. After witnessing the power of this talisman, Xiao Yang couldn't bear to throw it away, no matter how damaged it was. Thinking back to the shock just now, even the poison sect master would be shocked. Brother Xiaoyang, were you the one who released the power of the talisman just now? Oh my God, that was really too shocking. I was even mesmerized by it. If it weren't for your reminder, I'm afraid I would have let Yao Ruoamo go again. Elder Buddha sighed emotionally and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's the talisman that you lost to me previously. The power of this talisman isn't bad, and it's rich in Buddha's power. It's just a pity that it's on the verge of breaking down. If there's a place to repair it, it would be great. Xiaoyang explained. He liked this talisman very much and wanted to repair it to use it again. Elder Buddha naturally understood Xiao Yang's meaning. He was also very tempted. However, since he had already lost something, he naturally wouldn't ask for it back. He said slowly, Brother Xiaoyang, among the 10 great mystery realms of the sect, there's a mystery realm called Qi. Almost all the disciples of the Buddha Pavilion enter this mystery realm to cultivate. Therefore, if you have the chance, you can enter the Buddha mystery realm to take a look. Who knows? You might be able to find an opportunity. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Xiaoyang nodded and his eyes lit up. The power of the talisman was no less than that of a 7th-level martial grandmaster. Xiaoyang still needed it. Elder Sword Pavilion's figure was graceful, and he walked lightly. He said gracefully, Xiaoyang, thank you for your help this time. We 3 pavilion elders were lucky enough to complete the task. We'll go back and report the situation. In addition, we'll also recuperate. Please be careful. Xiaoyang said, Don't worry, we'll be careful. I won't see you off. Elder Buddha turned around with a smile and glanced at the cave that was closed by the stone door. Then he exploded with power and condensed a palm print to bombard the stone door. Chapter 479. The stone door exploded with a loud bang, and several stone doors were destroyed in succession. Then a figure walked out from the smoke and dust. It was Elder Lei. Damn it, this Yao Ruoma is too ruthless. He actually used such a method. Otherwise, I would have electrocuted him to death. Elder Lei cursed as he walked out. After seeing Elder Jianga and Elder Fo, he heaved a sigh of relief. How was it? Was that guy killed? Elder Jianga explained in a gentle voice. With Xiaoyang's help, he was killed. Let's go back to the sect to report the situation. Elder Lei immediately laughed. He scolded Yao Ruoma as he deserved it. Then he glanced at Xiaoyang, bid farewell, and returned to the sect with the other 2 pavilion elders. The 3 pavilion elders came quickly and left quickly as well. Not long after, the one-armed Butianling walked up Mount Dashio and came to Xiaoyang's side. He asked Xiaoyang, how was it? What happened? Was Yao Ruoma killed? When he saw the blood-red light and then the Buddhist light, there was no need to mention how shocked and excited he was. From this, it could be seen that there was a fierce battle taking place on the Dashio mountain. They were really afraid that Xiaoyang would be in danger. Xiaoyang smiled and said slowly, Don't worry, Yao Ruoma has been killed. Let's go down the mountain and tell them the good news. At the foot of the mountain, everyone gathered. When they heard the news announced by Xiaoyang, they were all incomparably shocked, excited, and overjoyed. Cousin, was that Yao Ruoma really killed? That's great. That was the 6th-level martial ancestor realm Yao Ruoma. We didn't dare to make too much noise because we were afraid of attracting his attention. It's good that he was killed. We're safe now and have completed a small mission. Everyone was encouraged and were incomparably excited. Xiaoyang said slowly, We're not 100% safe yet. The commotion we caused earlier was too big. I'm sure it'll attract other evil cultivators to check out the situation. We have to be careful. In addition, this will be the next clue for us to find evil cultivators. So we have to seize this opportunity. Now, listen to my orders and head in a different direction. Hide in the dark and carefully check for evil cultivators. Remember, don't attack. Just observe. If anyone is greedy and attacks without permission, I won't sympathize with you if you get killed. Xiaoyang warned them, causing their hearts to tremble. Everyone knew how powerful this was, and they learned from Xiaoyang to set an example. For example, when Xiaoyang confirmed that Yao Ruoma was on Mount Grand Cultivator, he didn't attack Yao Ruoma out of greed. Instead, he contacted the experts of the sect to come over. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang followed the instructions of the Grand Elder and didn't act recklessly. We understand. Everyone nodded and split up, each heading in a different direction. Cousin, Big Brother Xiaoyang, we want to team up with you. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian hurriedly said. Now that there were many people, it was normal to team up. One more person meant one more person to take care of each other. All right, let's go to the east and take a look. Xiao Yang said slowly. After that, Bu Tianlang chose a direction. Hu Han and Lu Quan chose another direction. Gu Shanhe and Gu Shanqing also chose another direction. Li Qinghe and Qin Jifu also formed a team. The rest of the people stayed behind. Several figures unleashed their cultivation and headed in the direction they chose. They were like rainbows that moved in an instant. All right, let's wait here. Xiao Yang led Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian for about 10,000 feet before stopping on a big tree. He sat leisurely with a blade of grass in his mouth. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were right next to him while vigilantly looking around. Because the commotion at Mount Grand Cultivator was too big, the nearby cities and towns all saw the light. Because of this, many curious cultivators came to watch. In less than half a day, several hundred cultivators had gathered. However, there were no traces of heretical cultivators. Big brother Xiaoyang, there are so many cultivators here, but why is there no sign of heretical cultivators? Gu Qianqian couldn't help but complain after waiting for half a day. Lan Jiaoye couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu Qianqian and snappily said, "Little slut, why don't you think about it? There's so many cultivators here right now. How could heretical cultivators dare to show up? Isn't this just courting death? I'm guessing that these heretical cultivators will go crazy for revenge. For example, when it gets dark, they will start searching for a single or small group of cultivators. At that time, they won't have to worry about not being able to find any heretical cultivators." Xiao Yang's eyes lit up and praised. Cousin's mind has become quite sharp. Not bad, I'll tell you the truth. Heretical cultivators are indeed here, but they are all in disguise. There are even heretical cultivators outside. Be careful. They will reveal their foxtails sooner or later. The Heretical Cultivator Alliance was, after all, an organization. Naturally, there were restrictions and arrangements for their actions. As for how big this alliance was, Xiaoyang wasn't too sure. Night fell. There were still dozens of cultivators on the Great Cultivator Mountain. Many of them came here to explore. After satisfying their curiosity, they left one after another. Only these dozens of cultivators didn't give up and wanted to stay to see if there was anything special about this place. Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, Bu Tianlang, and the others gathered again. Xiaoyang said, "It's very likely that the heretic practitioners will attack these cultivators tonight, and they might even attack us. Be vigilant. Once you find traces of the heretic practitioners, don't act rashly. Immediately contact the sect. Is that clear?" The moon tonight was particularly bright, but Xiaoyang felt especially gloomy and somber. Looking at Xiaoyang's serious expression, everyone's heart sank. They nodded and walked in groups of 3 to 5, gathering in the middle of the cultivators. Among the cultivators who came from all over to investigate, some sat down cross-legged to cultivate, some opened up a temporary cave abode to stay in, and some set up simple tents to stay temporarily. Xiaoyang's group was scattered, but they kept in touch. Although they looked scattered, they didn't go too far. Thousands of feet away from the Great Cultivator Mountain, a few pairs of bright eyes appeared in the night. These eyes were like the eyes of wolves, filled with bloodlust and killing intent, madness and revenge. They were all from the Heretical Cultivator Alliance. A group of 5 people moved out, forming a small team. Kiki, so many cultivators, so much human flesh, so many souls, so vigorous essence. Looks like we'll have something to eat. Kiki, I can't wait. How about it? Shall we attack together? In this group of 5, except for one who was a 6th level martial ancestor, the rest were all 5th level martial ancestor. They all had a unified name, Yao Ruomo. Chapter 480. Once they joined forces to attack, many cultivators on the mountain would die. Even Xiaoyang and Bu Tianlang would be in danger. However, the cultivators on the mountain didn't feel threatened at all. They were still sitting there in a relaxed manner, minding their own business. Xiao Yang occasionally looked up at the moon in the sky and felt that something was wrong. Once the demons joined forces, their vanguard wouldn't be able to stop them. Cousin, what are you worried about? Look, the night sky here is so beautiful. I'm afraid they won't come. Lan Jia happily walked on the grass and chased after the fireflies. She was so cute. Xiao Yang didn't dare to relax and calmly said, "Don't be careless. I feel that they will take action very soon." Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. The sound was mournful and miserable. After hearing this scream, many cultivators used their movement techniques to check the situation. Even Xiao Yang and Lan Jia's group were no exception. After arriving at the scene, they saw a cultivator with his head cut off and his body withered. It was obvious that this person's life essence was sucked away by a heretic cultivator before he died. Xiao Yang could see that this was the work of a heretic cultivator. The cultivator who screamed didn't seem to be in any danger. He only screamed after seeing the tragic death of this cultivator. Who killed this cultivator in the end? How could they be so cruel? Is there a terrifying existence on the mountain? If I knew, I wouldn't have come. I only wanted to satisfy my curiosity. Many of the cultivators began to panic. Only the cultivators with profound cultivation bases were able to remain calm. They sat down cross-legged and observed everything in silence. Most of the cultivators scattered and found their own spots to continue waiting. It was night time, so it would be even more dangerous to walk at night. Xiao Yang glanced at Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianshan. The two girls decisively took out their communication jade slips and began to contact their sections. The content was, heretic cultivators have appeared on the Grand Cultivator Mountain. The situation is unknown. It is recommended to send a high-level cultivator to help. Cousin, the message has been sent. Lan Jiaoya reported. Big brother Xiao Yang, what should we do now? Gu Qianshan asked as she returned to Xiao Yang's side. Xiao Yang didn't have a better idea now. He didn't know how many evil cultivators there were, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He said calmly, let's wait for a while. We're not sure if we're the enemy or not, so it's not good for us to make a move. Let's not be too scattered, lest we get killed. Bu Tianling, Feng Zhouhan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanhe, Li Qinghe, and the others were intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to each other. They were all in the same position, so that if anything happened, they would be able to discover it in time. Ah, my God, this. 20 meters away, another cultivator let out a wretched cry. Stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. Xiao Yang instructed them to avoid falling for the other party's trick. Once they were separated, the danger would increase exponentially. Bu Tianlang, Li Qinghe, and the others knew the severity of the situation. They didn't dare to move and only watched Xiao Yang leave. Xiao Yang arrived at the scene and saw the scene before him. His eyes narrowed. 5 cultivators were silently killed. Their bodies were also dried up without any vitality. It was clear that this was also the work of the demons. They had absorbed their life essence. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. This is too horrifying. 1 cultivator was killed earlier and now 5. What's next? Will it be my turn? No, I want to go back. What the hell did this? Is it a ghost? What should we do? What should we do? Can anyone tell me what to do? I don't want to die yet. Many cultivators panicked and returned to their original positions. At this moment, they didn't have any better ideas. Xiao Yang also returned to Bu Tianlong's side and briefly explained the situation. This made Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others' complexion turn gloomy again. Their hearts became heavy. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianshan also felt fear. This is definitely the revenge of the evil cultivators. They have the ability to kill us, but they use this method to torture our minds. If our willpower was weak, then we would be scared to death. Yes, if this continues, then these cultivators will be killed one by one. The situation is not good. Look, some cultivators in groups of 3 to 5 are planning to leave the Grand Cultivator Mountain tonight. Once they leave, only death will await them. Gu Shanha, Li Qingha, Feng Zihan, and Bu Tianlang expressed their opinions one after another. Right now, the best solution was to work together. If these cultivators could unite, then it would be a great help. Xiao Yang blinked and said decisively, "Okay, we can't continue to wait for death. Otherwise, all the cultivators here will be killed by the evil cultivators, and we won't be an exception. Now, mobilize your forces and try to get the help of these cultivators to unite." Xiao Yang said resolutely. Then he activated his cultivation and floated in the air. He shouted at the cultivators of the Great Cultivators Mountain, "Fellow cultivators, I am Xiaoyang, a disciple of the poison sect. These evil cultivators were killed one after another by evil cultivators. To tell you the truth, what happened today at the Great Cultivators Mountain was that we killed a demon Ruomo. This demon Ruomo was a high-level evil cultivator, a 6th-level martial ancestor. Right now, the only way to survive the night is to unite and listen to orders. Otherwise, we will be killed by the evil cultivators one by one. Those who are willing to listen to our orders, please stand on our side and don't scatter." The Grand Cultivator Mountain was very big, spanning more than 100 zhang. Xiao Yang's group only occupied an area of 10 zhang, which was the area they could defend. After hearing Xiao Yang shout, many cultivators immediately rushed over. There were more than 30 cultivators, which made Xiao Yang, Bu Tianlang, and Lan Jia happy. "Welcome." Gu Shanha, Chen Jifu, and the others who were in charge of receiving them smiled and expressed their joy. In a short period of time, more than 40 cultivators formed an impenetrable defense zone. However, not all of the cultivators followed Xiao Yang's instructions. There were some who acted on their own. For example, there were a few 4th-level martial ancestor realm cultivators. They relied on their high cultivation and were confident that they would stay where they were without moving. One of them was sitting cross-legged on a rock, the other was sitting in a temporary cave abode, and the other 2 were in simple tents. Around them were a dozen or so low-level cultivators. Chapter 481. None of them trusted Xiao Yang, or for some reason, they were unwilling to walk together with Xiao Yang and the others. At the same time, more than 10 batches of people descended the mountain one after another, preparing to leave the Great Cultivators Mountain. Xiao Yang did not care about those who did not want to join him. Instead, he reminded the cultivators who wanted to descend the mountain, "Fellow Taoists who want to leave, if you split up at night, you will be attacked by the evil cultivators one by one. Why don't we unite and defend until dawn? We've already contacted the poison sect, and they will soon send experts down to help. As long as we defend, we can guarantee your lives." Several batches of cultivators who wanted to leave the Great Cultivators Mountain immediately turned around and returned to the Great Cultivators Mountain after hearing Xiao Yang shout, joining Xiao Yang's camp. At the same time, there were many cultivators who were hesitant and a small number of cultivators who wanted to leave. Those who left continued to walk, while those who hesitated stood in place and discussed, unable to make a decision. After about half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, miserable screams came from a dark place not far from the foot of the mountain. "Ah, help! Help! We don't want to die yet." At the same time there was a sneer. The sneer was cruel and cold-blooded. It was very heartless. In the time of 3 breaths, the group of 7 to 8 cultivators was completely annihilated. Among them, there was even a 4th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. Hiss! Heavens! We want to join. I want to join too. The cultivators who were originally hesitant to leave or stay behind could no longer hold back after witnessing the fate of the cultivators who left. They madly ran up the mountain, wanting to join Xiao Yang's defense. However, as they moved, there were also black figures following behind them. The slower cultivators were instantly enveloped by the black mist and died before they could even scream. "Save us! Save us!" The cultivators who had fled up the mountain, and those who had not yet been chased, were all crying out for help. They looked in the direction of Xiaoyang and the others, their eyes filled with pleading and longing. They were very regretful. If they had made the decision to go up the mountain earlier, they would not have ended up in this miserable situation where they were being chased. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and furrowed his brows tightly. He ordered, "Stay here, I'll go down to help." He could not watch these cultivators be killed by evil cultivators. Cousin, big brother Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were shocked when they heard Xiaoyang's decision. They were worried and their faces were filled with concern. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. All of you, be careful, lest the heretic cultivators take the opportunity to cause trouble." Xiaoyang immediately used his movement technique and quickly went down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of feet away. He immediately made a gesture with both hands and used the greater teleportation art. As the power of teleportation burst out, a strange law appeared. The cultivators who were running away exclaimed and instantly arrived at the defense position set up by Xiaoyang. The evil cultivators couldn't help but feel humiliated when they failed to catch anything. They let out a series of bloodthirsty sneers. The reason why Xiaoyang wanted to use the greater teleportation art near them was that he did not want to expose himself. Secondly, because he was close, the consumption of his cultivation base would not be too serious. It was still night time, and danger was lurking everywhere. Only by preserving enough cultivation could he have the confidence to lead them until dawn. After teleporting them away, Xiaoyang once again unleashed his cultivation base and used his movement technique to quickly return to the defense position. The cultivators who were saved all showed gratitude in their eyes. Some even cried out. Some were touched, some felt guilty, and some were shocked. The method Xiaoyang used just now was too strange. He was able to teleport people from hundreds of feet away to here in an instant. This method was simply the method of an immortal. Mortals could not fathom it. Everyone, don't be impatient. Those who are defending, take care of defending. Those who are recuperating, quickly recuperate. After Xiaoyang returned to the defense position, he comforted the crowd again. They were currently safe. The cultivators, who were dozens of feet away, were in danger. Among those cultivators, there were 4 4th-level martial arts grandmasters and more than 10 3rd and 4th-level martial arts grandmasters. Xiaoyang did not want them to become the evil cultivators' dinner. He shouted at them again, "Fellow cultivators over there, please be careful. It's best to gather together. Unity is strength." However, the 4 4th-level martial arts grandmasters ignored him and did not take Xiaoyang's advice to heart. On the other hand, the cultivators around them were tempted. Just a moment ago, the cultivators who had left were killed, and the cultivators who were hesitant to return to the great cultivator mountain were also killed. If they didn't meet up with Xiaoyang now, they would most likely die as well. Therefore, a few cultivators immediately gathered around Xiaoyang in an instant. However, the moment they moved, the evil cultivators also made their move. A total of 4 5th-level martial ancestor sorcerers appeared in front of them, blocking their way. TSK, my goodness, where are you guys going? Why don't you obediently come over and become my dinner?" The evil cultivators who had suddenly appeared sneered and attacked one after another, releasing streams of black fog. The black fog was like iron chains that fixed the 4 limbs of the evil cultivators and easily dragged them away. The 10 cultivators did not even have the chance to resist and were dragged to a place where the moonlight did not shine. Then, the sound of bones being gnawed and the cultivators' screams were heard. Not long after, the cultivators' screams stopped. "Oh my God, that's crazy, that's cruel. It's too terrifying. What should we do?" Xiaoyang released his 5th-level martial arts grandmaster aura and calmed the crowd down. He said loudly, "Let me tell you, once you leave, you will die. As long as you stay united and persevere, you will have a chance to survive. The crowd slowly calmed down. Xiaoyang was right. There were at least 4 fifth-level martial arts grandmasters in the enemy's exposed strength. With such a terrifying battle strength, it was more than enough to break through their defense, not to mention that there might be other evil cultivators hiding in the dark. The 4 fourth-level martial arts grandmasters who had been sitting calmly were no longer calm. Their expressions changed drastically and they roared. Their faces were filled with fear as they flew toward Xiaoyang. Previously, they had relied on their high cultivation level. Now that they had witnessed the terror of the evil cultivators, they no longer dared to be arrogant. That would lead to their deaths. The 4 of you, if you don't stay here, where are you going? TSK. Chapter 482. These 4 egomaniacs have pretty good cultivation. After eating them, they'll definitely be great nourishment. The 4 fifth-level martial ancestor realm evil cultivators appeared in front of the 4 cultivators again. Each of them dealt with 1 cultivator and quickly attacked. Due to the difference in cultivation level, the 4 fourth-level martial ancestor realm cultivators were instantly subdued by the 4 evil cultivators. Then, in front of Xiaoyang and the others, they ate their flesh and blood. It was extremely terrifying and bloody. When Bu Tianlang, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others saw this cruel and bloody scene, they immediately vomited. In less than 10 breaths, the 4 fourth-level martial ancestor realm cultivators were completely devoured by them and died. Oh my God, so miserable. I don't want to fall into the hands of these bastards. It's our turn next. What should we do? Many cultivators were chattering non-stop. Their faces were filled with fear and their hearts were uneasy. They did not know what to do. Yang Ming blinked and shouted with a fierce expression, "All of you, quiet down. If you dare to shake the morale of the army, kill without mercy. Also, I have the poison sect's disciples here. No one can hurt you. Of course, you have to pay the price and help defend. Whether you live or die depends on you." As Xiaoyang's words fell, the 40 to 50 cultivators immediately quieted down. They did not dare to say anything more. They all looked around vigilantly and joined in the defense. Time slowly passed. The moon was still hanging high in the sky, and the mountain breeze was still quietly blowing. The grass and trees rustled, emitting a woo-woo sound that made people feel fear. Especially when they breathed in the smell of blood in the air, they were even more terrified. They stood their ground for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but no evil cultivator attacked them. However, they all knew that these evil cultivators would not give up so easily. They would definitely find a suitable opportunity to attack. Xiaoyang said loudly, "Stay alert. As long as we defend until dawn, we will be 100% safe. These evil cultivators will definitely be killed." Everyone remained focused and serious, not daring to relax in the slightest. At this moment, perhaps because the evil cultivators could not find a loophole in the defense, they could not help but reveal themselves. They hovered in midair and stared coldly at Xiaoyang. They chuckled and said, "You're Xiaoyang? Many of us from the Evil Cultivator Alliance have fallen at your hands. I didn't expect you to appear here. Today, you will definitely die. Cut the crap. Bring it on if you have the ability." Xiaoyang was not afraid of him at all. If the other party was really confident, he would have attacked the defensive position a long time ago. Since he had not made a move yet, it was obvious that he had some misgivings. Many people heard Xiaoyang's unyielding attitude, and their spirits were lifted. It turned out that Xiaoyang had also killed evil cultivators. In that case, evil cultivators were not invincible. There was nothing to be afraid of. "Humph! Xiaoyang, we admire you and can't bear to kill you. As long as you announce that you have joined our Evil Cultivator Alliance and contribute these cultivators to us, we can let you go." The evil cultivator spoke viciously at Xiaoyang. Many cultivators' hearts tightened, afraid that Xiaoyang would abandon them for the sake of survival. Of course, Xiaoyang was not that kind of person. He also understood that this was just a trick of the evil cultivators. Their words were not convincing at all. All right, let's not talk nonsense. If you don't have the guts or the ability, don't talk nonsense here. Once the sun rises, the people from the poison sect will come and catch all of you in one fell swoop. Only a fool would believe their slanderous words. Humph, if that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. The 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator roared and released a dense, murderous aura from his body. He roared, sky-splitting axe. One could clearly see that a huge axe had suddenly appeared in his right hand. There were many formations imprinted on the axe, and one could tell at a glance that it was an extraordinary item. I'd like to see how long your defense can last. Take my axe. As his words fell, the axe in his hand suddenly chopped down. A fierce and overbearing axe radiance whizzed out and instantly landed on the defensive position of Xiaoyang and the others. The cultivators at the scene could not help but feel refreshed. This was the attack of a 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. They did not even have the chance to fight back. Just as Xiaoyang was about to block it, Bu Tianling, who had lost an arm, stepped out. His body floated in the air and he roared, "Let me!" Bu Tianling also released the terrifying cultivation of a 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sky wave sword. 10,000 waves. As he displayed his sword technique, the violent and sharp sword chi immediately set off layers of ripples. It was like a wave that spread into the distance. After it came into contact with the light of his opponent's axe, it collided with each other and slowly dissipated. There's a 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. However, you're already crippled and only have one arm. How can you fight with me? The evil cultivator spoke slowly and was not in a hurry to attack. Then, evil cultivators walked out one after another beside him. They were all 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivators, and there were 3 of them. This force alone was enough to wipe out the entire defensive position. When the cultivators at the defensive position saw the 5 evil cultivators, their eyes were filled with despair and sadness. "Xiaoyang, I have help. What are you going to use to fight with me?" The evil cultivator stared at Xiaoyang and sneered as if he was sure that he could defeat Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's heart was also heavy, but he did not show it too obviously. He showed an indifferent expression and said coldly, "You'll know after you try." "Humph, stubborn." That evil cultivator roared in anger and embarrassment. Then, the 4 evil cultivators each performed a set of fierce martial arts techniques that bombarded Xiaoyang. One of them performed the mountain technique, one performed the water technique, one performed the ice technique, and the last one performed the axe technique. The majestic mountain crushed down on the defensive position with a force of 10,000 caddies. Monstrous waves condensed out of thin air and swept towards the defensive position as well. As the monstrous waves swept across, everything in their path was gradually frozen. The huge axe in the sky also suddenly chopped down with unparalleled power and unparalleled power. Xiaoyang blinked and his eyes lit up. Without thinking much, he flipped his hand and took out his Dharma treasure, the Heaven and Earth Mirror. As he injected his cultivation into the Heaven and Earth Mirror, the Heaven and Earth Mirror shone brightly and instantly enveloped the entire defensive position. The surface of the mirror was smooth and instantly expanded to a size of 100 feet. The martial arts techniques performed by the 4 evil cultivators all landed on the Heaven and Earth Mirror. Then Xiaoyang shouted a reversal, and the martial arts techniques that landed on the Heaven and Earth Mirror all reversed and returned to where they came from. Moreover, their power was doubled. Chapter 483. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Oh my God, this Xiaoyang is actually so awesome? He single-handedly challenged 4 5th-level martial ancestor realm experts. This is too incredible, especially his universal mirror, which had the ability to reverse the situation. This ability seemed to be 100 times more powerful than their martial skills. Bu Tianlang couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with shock. He was also a 5th-level martial ancestor realm expert, the same level as Xiaoyang. However, he didn't think that he could single-handedly challenge for 5th-level martial ancestor realm experts. Previously, he had always refused to accept Xiaoyang, even if he was defeated by Xiaoyang. However, after seeing Xiaoyang in action, he had no choice but to accept it. At the very least, Xiaoyang did what he wanted to do, but couldn't do. Inside the house, Han and Lu Quan widened their eyes and their hearts trembled. Oh my God! So Xiaoyang's combat strength was so powerful. Previously, they wanted to snatch Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian away. Xiaoyang had already shown them a great kindness by not killing them. Similarly, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and the others were also shocked. They had followed Xiaoyang to the poison sect. After entering the poison sect to cultivate, they hadn't seen Xiaoyang for nearly a year. It was truly unbelievable that Xiaoyang had grown to such a terrifying extent. Of course, their cultivation had also improved during this period of time. However, it was still far from being comparable to Xiaoyang. Although they were shocked, they were still happy. After all, Xiaoyang was on the same boat as them. The stronger Xiaoyang was, the higher their chances of survival would be. The most shocked ones were the 4 evil cultivators. The 4 evil cultivators were all 5th-level martial ancestor realm experts. Originally, they thought that they could deal with Xiaoyang together. However, they didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so heaven-defying. It was too abnormal. Retreat. Run. Dodge. When the 4 evil cultivators saw the power of the martial technique doubled, their expressions changed. They didn't dare to delay and immediately used their movement techniques to leave the place. These martial skills were displayed by them, and they understood better than anyone how terrifying they were. Once struck by these martial skills, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the shadow of a huge mountain came crashing down on them. There were also shocking waves crashing down on them. Wherever the waves passed, everything would be frozen. No matter what it was, everything would be turned into ice sculptures the moment the waves swept over. Besides that, there was even an enormous axe that seemed like Pangu splitting open the heavens, and it emanated an imposing aura that shook the heavens and the earth as it chopped down towards them. They didn't have a magic treasure like Xiaoyang that could reverse martial skills, so other than dodging, they could only take it head-on. If they were to take it head-on, even they did not have the confidence to survive. This was equivalent to 4 5th-level martial grandmasters attacking at the same time. Therefore, they had no choice but to run. As he fled, he cursed. His heart was filled with grief and anger. This Xiaoyang was actually so terrifying. He had hidden his strength well. You want to leave? It's rare that you're here to find trouble. How can you leave just like that? Xiaoyang laughed coldly. Naturally, he wouldn't let them leave so easily. It was rare for him to successfully launch a sneak attack, so he naturally had to seize this opportunity. Traceless dream of heart. He closed his eyes and immediately used a spiritual-type attack technique. Boundless spiritual consciousness instantly rushed out. Under Xiaoyang's control, it condensed into 4 needle-like spiritual consciousnesses and directly penetrated the consciousness of the 4 evil cultivators. Ah! Ah! Shrill cries of pain came from the mouths of the 4 evil cultivators. At that moment, their bodies suddenly stopped moving. They stood on the spot in a daze, and their minds went blank. They entered a temporary state of dizziness. When they gradually regained consciousness, they realized that there was a spiritual consciousness in their consciousness. One by one, they exploded with their own spiritual consciousnesses to block and drive it away. At that moment, Xiaoyang smiled calmly. Then he used the teleportation skill and directly teleported them back to their original position. When the four evil cultivators successfully defended against Xiao Yang's traceless dream of heart attack, they realized that they had returned to their original position. It was the position where the four great martial arts techniques had locked on and attacked. Oh no! Oh my God! Ah! Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises reverberated in the air as the four evil cultivators of the fifth level of the martial ancestor realm were instantly attacked by the four martial techniques. Intense rays of light flickered and engulfed them in an instant. A huge crater had appeared where they were, and there were cracks all around the crater. These cracks were like spider webs, and it was a ghastly sight. Poof, poof, poof. The four evil cultivators opened their mouths and spat out blood. Their faces were extremely pale, without a single trace of blood. Their bodies were even weaker, and there was no longer any fluctuation of cultivation on their bodies. Regardless of whether it was the crushing of the majestic mountain, the sweeping of the huge waves, or the spreading of the ice technique, it was enough to severely injure them. Furthermore, there was the violent slashing of the sky-splitting axe. That slashing was done after they had been severely injured and frozen. It was equivalent to being hit by the axe without any defense. The axe was a full blow from a fifth-level martial grandmaster. It was 20 feet in size, and the terrifying power it contained was earth-shattering. When it landed on their bodies, it almost split them into a bloody mist. However, it was fortunate that they had a leader. This leader was a sixth-level martial grandmaster. It was because of this evil cultivator that they had managed to avoid certain death. Even so, the four evil cultivators' cultivation had been completely destroyed, and they were now just like cripples. Xiaoyang, you're really good. You actually have the terrifying power of a sixth-level martial grandmaster. I've really underestimated you. The leader of the evil cultivators squinted his eyes and carefully sized up Xiaoyang. There was also shock in the depths of his eyes. When Han Luquan, Bu Tianling, Gushanha, Lan Jiaoya, and the others heard his words, they were all shocked again and could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God, cousin actually has the power of a sixth-level martial grandmaster. Brother Xiaoyang is really amazing. No wonder he could single-handedly challenge for fifth-level evil cultivators of the fifth-level martial grandmaster realm and even win. Look at these four evil cultivators. They're probably all destroyed. Xiaoyang is mighty. Xiaoyang, I love you." Many cultivators at the defensive position let out astonishing cries. They were excited and their hearts were moved. They admired Xiaoyang to the extreme and were even more grateful. None of them had expected Xiaoyang's combat power to be so strong. If the evil cultivator in front of them had not pointed it out, they would not have been able to tell. They were all overjoyed. Knowing that they were saved, they were overjoyed. Now that they had Xiaoyang and many cultivators working together, they were not afraid of the remaining evil cultivator at all. Chapter 484. Xiaoyang, thank you for saving our lives. We will remember you. That's right, Brother Xiaoyang. From now on, it's up to you. It's up to you whether you want to kill this evil cultivator or not. In short, if you need our help, just let us know. We will support you without reservation. Bu Tianling, Feng Wuhan, Lu Quan, Gushanha, Li Qinghe, and the rest heard the support from the cultivators around them. They were all extremely excited. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and stared at the evil cultivator in front of him. He said slowly, "Yaroma, it's not too late for you to leave now. If you wait any longer, you will die." Although Xiaoyang had unleashed his unparalleled combat strength, his cultivation was also severely depleted. If he continued to fight with the sixth-level martial ancestor realm Yao Roma, he was not confident. As for Bu Tianling and the rest, Yao Roma did not attack. The difference between the fifth-level martial ancestor realm and the sixth-level martial ancestor realm was too great. Xiaoyang was only able to fight by relying on his Dharma treasure and top-notch cultivation technique. Yao Roma, was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sneered and stared at Xiaoyang. He said disdainfully, "Xiaoyang, you may have seemed powerful in the battle just now, but in reality, your cultivation has been greatly depleted. Let's see how long you can last. Bu Tianlang, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, Qin Jifu, and the rest could not help but change their expressions. Yes, they had all seen Xiao Yang's ferocity and tyranny. However, they had completely ignored Xiao Yang's exhaustion. If Yao Ruoma were to fight to the death, all the cultivators here would have to die with him. As for how long I can last, why don't you try and find out? Xiao Yang was also calm and unruffled. He pretended to be calm and stared at Yao Ruoma with narrowed eyes. In reality, Xiao Yang was already cursing in his heart. Because he had tried to kill the 4 evil cultivators, he had used up half of his cultivation. Now he was left with only half of his cultivation. If he used it all up, no one would be able to resist Yao Ruoma's attack. Very good. I admire your backbone. The 6th level martial arts Grandmaster laughed coldly. Then he raised his hand and pointed. A black fog the size of a bucket shot towards Xiao Yang's defensive position like an iron chain. Defend. Get into formation. Gu Shanha, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others had long been prepared and taught everyone. As the order was given, they all unleashed their cultivation and formed a defensive formation to block the other party's attack. Bang! The chains condensed from the black fog crashed into their defensive formations, causing them to bleed from their mouths. Many of them were sent flying. This was the terror of a 6th level martial ancestor. Even though they had gathered the power of dozens of cultivators, they were still unable to withstand a casual strike from Yao Ruoma. This caused the remaining cultivators to be terrified and their hearts to tremble. Xiao Yang glanced at the scene and said slowly, "Step aside, let me do it." Big brother Xiao Yang. Many cultivators stared worriedly at Xiao Yang, their eyes filled with concern. Xiao Yang was like their last shield. Once Xiao Yang falls, they would lose all hope and their hopes would be shattered. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not wish for Xiao Yang to intervene. Xiao Yang nodded at them and said slowly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He slowly walked out and left the defensive position. He knew very well that once a fierce battle broke out in the defensive position, many cultivators would suffer. "Xiao Yang, I thought you'd be a coward. I never thought that you would have the courage to step forward. A saintly be *TCH, like you will of course die early." Yao Ruoma stared at Xiao Yang with disdain. His eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. For heretical cultivators like them, once they encounter a problem, their first thought would be to protect themselves and not to save others. Therefore, what they did was fundamentally different from what Xiao Yang did. This was the difference between selfishness and selflessness. 6th level martial ancestor? That's great, I'll get some practice too. Xiao Yang spoke indifferently and released a battle intent from his body. Ever since he had advanced to the 6th level of martial ancestor, he had not fought against a 6th level martial ancestor cultivator. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Yao Ruoma chuckled and the black fog on his body rolled out. In an instant, it covered a radius of 10,000 feet and enveloped Xiao Yang within it. Within the black fog, Yao Ruoma had an innate advantage. He could easily manipulate the black fog to condense various ferocious beasts and weapons to attack Xiao Yang. From the beginning, Xiao Yang had been forced into a passive position. At that very moment, Xiao Yang's entire body was enveloped by a black mist. Occasionally, wild beasts would roar out from his surroundings. Occasionally, unimaginable magic treasures would attack Xiao Yang. If it were not for Xiao Yang's vigilance, he would have fallen for the attacks long ago. Even though Xiao Yang had not been injured, if this situation continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Xiao Yang. This was because in this state he had to constantly circulate his cultivation and be on guard against any situation. The consumption of his cultivation was very serious. Only half a cup of tea's time had passed, and Xiao Yang had consumed another 10% of his cultivation. Now he only had 40% of his cultivation left. "Looks like I have to break out of this situation." Otherwise, it won't be good for me. Xiao Yang muttered to himself with a serious expression. The best way to restrain an evil cultivator was naturally the Buddhist light. Xiao Yang had an ancient Buddhist talisman in his hand. It was the Amitabha Buddha's curse seal. However, it was a pity. Previously, when he cooperated with the 3 pavilion elders to deal with Yao Ruoma, he had already used up 90% of his Buddhist power. Now, this talisman was only left with 10% of its Buddhist power. If he continued to use it, not to mention whether it could deal with Yao Ruoma in front of him, the ancient Buddhist talisman in his hand would definitely be destroyed. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang could not help but hesitate. He still wanted to keep this ancient talisman. Once it was repaired, it would be a powerful weapon against evil cultivators. He could even use this talisman to comprehend Buddhist principles. Flamingo, I'll borrow your flames of nothingness to burn for me. Xiao Yang had no other choice but to summon Flamingo. Flamingo screeched and let out a bird's cry. Then it opened its mouth and spat out countless flames. After all, these flames were not real flames. They were a type of poison that was similar to burning poison. As the flames of nothingness burned the surroundings, even the void seemed to be distorted. As for the black fog that enveloped Xiao Yang, it turned into a sea of fire under the burning of the flames of nothingness. After burning for a while, Xiao Yang scanned his surroundings. The black fog had completely dissipated, revealing the clear night sky. The firmament was dotted with stars. 100 feet away from Xiao Yang, Yao Ruoma stood still and looked at Xiao Yang in shock. Xiao Yang, you actually have such a terrifying pet beast. You've hidden it well. Yao Ruoma's pupils contracted as he looked at Xiao Yang with some fear. Chapter 485. The void flame was truly powerful. Even Yao Ruoma did not dare to face it head-on. Only then did he retract most of the black mist to prevent it from burning further. Xiao Yang's trump cards were getting more and more powerful each time. Yao Ruoma had no choice but to reconsider and reconsider. There are many things you don't know. Yao Ruoma, come. Today either you die or I live. Let's fight to the death. How about it? Xiao Yang reversed the situation. His aura rose sharply once again. His battle intent exploded as he stared at his opponent. A 6th-level martial grandmaster is only SOSO, he mocked, trying to enrage Yao Ruoma. Yao Ruoma narrowed his eyes once again and cursed. You really don't know what's good for you. Seal of the Void. He formed a seal with both hands, and a formless and colorless seal of the void instantly condensed. In the blink of an eye, it charged toward Xiao Yang. In that instant, Xiao Yang felt a strong sense of danger, and his breathing became hurried. There was no need to doubt the terror of a 6th-level martial grandmaster. One should never underestimate their opponent. Art of greater teleportation. Xiao Yang did not dare to think too much. His opponent's seal of the void was too strange. He had no idea where the seal of the void would come from. Therefore, he could only move Yao Ruoma in front of him and let him block it on his own. As Xiao Yang executed the art of greater teleportation, a majestic teleportation power erupted and instantly engulfed Yao Ruoma. It directly moved Yao Ruoma to where Xiao Yang was standing. Then, Xiao Yang immediately left. Puffed! A muffled sound rang out. Yao Ruoma's body paused, and he immediately spat out blood. It turned out that he had taken a hit from himself. A blood-red palm print appeared on his chest. The seal of the void had landed on his chest and caused him to be injured. Yao Ruoma's entire chest seemed to have caved in. It was a ghastly sight to behold and unimaginable. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and sneered, Yao Ruoma, your seal of void technique isn't all that impressive. In his opinion, this seal of void should be able to kill Yao Ruoma. Demon Ruamo was about to explode from anger. Mother asterisk her. What do you mean by not much? F asterisk CK. I would have been killed if I hadn't reacted fast enough to stop it. Of course, there was no need to explain this to Xiao Yang. With a dark face, he glared at Xiaoyang with resentment and hatred in his eyes. Yao Ruoma, why are you looking at me like that? You don't like me, do you? Xiaoyang was still in the mood to tease her. Teasing was teasing, but he was secretly vigilant to the extreme. How is it? My teleportation technique didn't disappoint you, did it? Xiaoyang grinned when he saw that the other party was about to explode from anger. Yao Ruomo rolled his eyes and harumphed coldly. Then he waved his hand and a burst of cultivation power burst forth. In an instant, it engulfed the four severely injured Yao Ruomo and left the place. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and snorted. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for? He immediately took out the Azure Wolf sword and launched a swift and fierce sword attack at Yao Ruomo's figure. Yao Ruoma harumphed coldly and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. After executing a defensive martial skill, he hurriedly left. You're lucky to have left quickly. Xiaoyang knew why the other party had fled. It was none other than the arrival of the poisoned sex reinforcements. There were 3 people who had arrived. They were Pavilion Master FO, Pavilion Master Lei, and Pavilion Master Sword. They were all 7th level martial ancestor realm cultivators. Any one of them was enough to intimidate the entire place. Greetings, 3 great Pavilion Masters. Xiaoyang's body floated in midair and bowed to the 3 great Pavilion Masters who had rushed over. The 3 great Pavilion Masters swept their eyes across everyone on the great Cultivators' Mountain and scanned their surroundings. Their gazes lingered on the large pits and other traces of battle. Occasionally, they would sweep their eyes across the cultivators who had been tragically killed by the evil cultivators. After muttering to himself irresolutely, Pavilion Master FO said, Xiaoyang, you've done well. You've defeated 4 great 5th level martial ancestor realm evil cultivators, and even chased away a 6th level martial ancestor realm evil cultivator. It's been hard on you. Leave the rest to us. Escort them safely away. Yes, Pavilion Master. Xiaoyang returned to the defensive position and explained to Lan Jiaoye and the others. Pavilion Master FO, Pavilion Master Sword, and Pavilion Master Lei have arrived. Wow! The 3 great Pavilion Masters have actually appeared. They've given us so much face. Lan Jiaoye couldn't help but jump up and down. Her face was filled with joy. Big brother Xiaoyang, do they have any other orders? Gu Qianqian asked curiously. She was also excited. Bu Tianling, Fang Yuhan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanhe, and the others were also excited. 3 great Pavilion Masters had been summoned in such a short time. These Pavilion Masters were at least 7th level martial ancestor realm experts. They had come just like that. They had given them so much face. This was glory and honor. Xiaoyang said slowly, Now let's escort these people back to the city. Fellow cultivators, you're all safe now. Follow me now. I'll escort you back to the city. Be more careful next time. Xiaoyang said loudly. When the cultivators heard him, they all expressed their gratitude to Xiaoyang. They had seen Xiaoyang's strength before. He had defeated 4 great evil cultivators and even defeated a 6th level martial ancestor realm evil cultivator with such a powerful combat strength. Even if he directly ordered them to do so, they wouldn't be able to refute. Moreover, he was speaking so nicely. The group hurried through the night to the nearest city, which was called Fang City. When they arrived at Fang City, many cultivators who had been rescued expressed their gratitude and bade farewell. Many cultivators also wanted to invite Xiaoyang and the others to be guests, but Xiaoyang rejected them. After they left, Xiaoyang suggested, Since we're in Fang City, why don't we rest here? We don't have to hurry to find the evil cultivators. Everyone has worked hard. This suggestion was approved by everyone. Bu Tianlang, Lu Quan, and Fang Yuhan all expressed their joy and support. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian couldn't wait to have a good night's rest. They happily walked into the city. Xiaoyang blinked and waved his hand, saying, Let's go. The group entered Fang City and chose an inn to rest in. After entering the inn, they each chose a room to rest. Xiaoyang was no exception. After washing up, Xiaoyang sat cross-legged on the bed and silently operated his cultivation to recover. The previous battle had consumed too much of his mind and cultivation. He had to recover quickly. After cultivating for a while, he felt much better. He opened his eyes and extended his divine sense. He noticed Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan standing outside the door with hesitant looks. This made Xiaoyang angry and amused. He immediately said coldly, "It's the middle of the night. What are you doing here instead of sleeping?" He was obviously talking to the two women outside the door. Chapter 486. Cousin. Big brother Xiaoyang. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan didn't know if they should come in or not, since they were afraid that Xiaoyang was already asleep. But now that they heard Xiaoyang's voice, they didn't hesitate and immediately opened the door to enter. Glancing at Xiaoyang, she blinked her beautiful eyes and happily said, "Cousin, tonight is Fong City's Lantern Festival. Can you take us to play with the lanterns?" Yes, when he came in, Xiaoyang already noticed that Fong City was very lively tonight. There were dragon boats, lanterns, and riddles, right next to the Huai River. There were many people setting off fireworks. Normally, at this time the children would be asleep, but there were still many children happily walking around. Xiaoyang was annoyed by their pestering and had to agree. After changing into a green robe, he walked out of the inn. They were already in the center of the city, so it was easy for them to walk to the Huai River. There were even more people here. From time to time, there would be fireworks in the sky. The beautiful fireworks scattered and were very beautiful. On the street, people came and went. There was a sea of people with smiles on their faces as they joined in the fun. "Dear guest, do you want to guess the riddles? If you get it right, there will be a prize." When they passed by an area, the host of the riddles immediately smiled and asked. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were very happy and excited. They quickly pulled Xiaoyang's hand and walked over. "We want to guess, we want to guess." With the appearance of these two girls, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. The moment they saw the two girls, they were sincerely moved by their beauty. In addition to their otherworldly temperament, others couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. "Ladies, do you want this young master to guess the riddles for you? You have to know that this young master knows astronomy, geography, and even poetry. Guessing riddles is a simple matter for me." An elegant young master with a fan in his hand elegantly walked out and purposely approached Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan with a smile. The two women couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. The one they liked was Xiaoyang. What was going on with this person walking out? As this scholarly young master walked out, another young master who was as gentle as jade also walked out. That young master also held a fan in his hand and gently said, "Ladies, why don't you let me guess? If we win the prize, it will naturally be given to the two ladies." Xiaoyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. As a man, he immediately knew the thoughts of these two refined scum. However, a gentle and graceful lady was a gentleman's dream, so he couldn't say much. "Who asked you to help me guess? I want my big brother Xiaoyang to help me guess." Gu Qianshan curled her lips and wrinkled her cute nose. She was extremely cute. Even if she was angry, she had a different style. The two young masters were completely infatuated with her. The scholarly young master and the gentle young master immediately noticed Xiaoyang's presence. It seemed that if they wanted to win Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye's hearts, they would have to chase away Xiaoyang first. Their gazes immediately fell on Xiaoyang's body. They laughed and pretended to be refined. They said, "This scholar, could it be that you are also here to guess the riddles? How about this? There is no point in betting. How about the three of us compete? Each of us will invest 100 gold. While they were talking, they each took out a money pouch from their sleeves. Inside the pouch were all gold. This caused the surrounding people to look at them with envy and admiration. There were even a few girls from the two clans who looked at the two young masters with eyes full of love. Talented, rich, and handsome. It would be great if he is willing to guess the riddles. If I could marry them, I would be willing to be their concubine. The girls who were secretly in love with them all exclaimed. This made the two young masters even more proud. They glanced at Xiaoyang with contempt. The scholarly young master sneered. Could it be that this scholar has no money? The gentle young master sneered and said, A gentleman sees money as dirt. Using money to talk is too vulgar. Let's use talent to talk. The scholarly young master laughed and said, Yes, yes, yes. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. At least you have talent. Come, come, come. Scholar, let's compete. If you win, the money is yours. If you lose, you can go back and study the holy books. The two of them wanted to suppress Xiaoyang using both talent and wealth. Xiaoyang curled his lips and expressed his disdain towards them. As a powerful cultivator of the 5th-level martial ancestor realm, he was looked down upon by two ordinary people. If this spread out, he would lose face. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian looked at the two young masters as if they were looking at two idiots. They had seen people showing off, but they had never seen people showing off like this. Showing off in front of a cultivator. Wasn't this just looking for humiliation? Xiaoyang was too lazy to pay attention to them. He said to the host, Okay, then I will choose 2 riddles. Okay, this way please. There are 30 lanterns here. Each lantern has a riddle. You can choose as you see fit. The host invited Xiaoyang and then showed Xiaoyang many lanterns. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were very happy. They also shook Xiaoyang's hand and excitedly walked up and said, I also want to see. I also have a guess. This made the scholarly young master and the gentle young master want to kill Xiaoyang. Look, the 2 fairies that they liked were so close to Xiaoyang. How could they tolerate this? Naturally, we also want to guess the riddles. The 2 young masters also walked up and glanced at Xiaoyang with an unfriendly face. They said softly, This scholar, there is a so-called difference between men and women. We have to act according to etiquette. What do you think? Let them be more open. Meddlesome. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian looked at them with disdain. The 2 young masters didn't dare to talk nonsense and could only quietly accompany them. Xiaoyang didn't care about the 2 of them. He casually picked one of the lanterns. Then the host took the bamboo pole and took down the lantern. He handed it to Xiaoyang. There was a small piece of paper tied to the lantern. After opening the paper, there was a sentence, Bite off an ox's tail, beat a man. This sentence was read out by the host in front of everyone. The people present all joined in the lively discussion. What is this word? Bite off an ox's tail, so difficult. I wonder if the young master can guess it. The onlookers discussed heatedly and even spoke their own words. At this time, the scholarly young master and the gentle young master were also frowning. They thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what the word was. The host came over and smiled. 3 gentlemen, after you think, write it down on a piece of paper. I will look at it one by one.